welcome to this virtual special full council meeting held by virtue of regulations passed due to the COVID-19 pandemic to enable constituted meetings and decision making to take place virtually. The requirement for public meetings to be made accessible to the public and the link the requirement for public meetings to be made accessible to the public remains, and the link to the virtual meeting is available on the council's website in the usual live meeting link page. If a connection to a member is lost during this meeting, all efforts will be made to enable the connection to be restored. If the connection cannot be restored within a reasonable time, the meeting will proceed, but the member who was disconnected will not be able to vote on the matter under discussion, as they would not have heard all the facts. Should any aspect of the external link fail, I may call a short adjournment of up to 5 minutes or so to determine whether the connection can quickly be re-established, either by video technology or telephone in the alternative. If the connection is not restored within that time, the meeting will be adjourned and any further business will not proceed until another time and date. I also need to ask members if they will move and second an amendment to Council Procedure Rule 15.5, as it would be difficult to provide council consent to move an extension to speeches. It has been proposed that timings will include the extensions, but any member wishing to speak will be granted 4 minutes 30 seconds, and those members with the right of reply 6 minutes 30 seconds. In addition, in order to make declarations of interest at the same time as the attendance roll call. Do members agree to reorder the agenda to take items 1 and 2 together?
Agreed.
Any dissent?
Agreed.
Thank you. So I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second that. Sorry. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Sykes.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? Thank you, members. So items 1 and 2, attendance, apology for absence and declarations of interest. I have received apologies of absence from Councillors Alexander, Hudson, Salamat and Serjan. A roll call will now take place to confirm the attendance of members and for members to declare any interests.
Councillor Ahmad.
Present, and personal interest in item 10, motion 2.
Councillor Ahmad, the interests are just for this meeting only.
All right, sorry, yeah, present.
Thank you. Councillor Akhtar.
Present.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Present.
Councillor Ali.
Present.
Councillor Alias.
Present.
Councillor Ball.
Present.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
Present.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
Present.
Councillor Briggs.
Present.
Councillor Brownridge.
Present.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Chatterton.
Present.
Councillor Chowan.
Present.
Councillor Cosgrove.
Present.
Councillor Curley.
Present.
Councillor Davis.
Present.
Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Fielding.
Present.
Councillor Gary.
Present, and can I declare a pecuniary interest in item 9D GMP?
It will be for the next meeting, Councillor Gary.
Yeah, this is just, sorry, I should have said at the start.
Apologies.
It's just for the special meeting, interest for the first special meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Present.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Present.
Councillor Goodwin.
Present.
Councillor Hamlet.
Present.
Councillor Hack.
Present.
Councillor Harkness.
Present.
Councillor Hewitt.
Present.
Councillor Hoban.
Present.
Councillor Hume.
Present.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
Present.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
Present.
Councillor Ibrahim.
Present.
Councillor Iqbal.
Present.
Councillor Jabbar.
Present.
Councillor Jakes.
Present.
Councillor Leach.
Present.
Councillor Malik.
Present.
Councillor McLaren.
Present.
Councillor Moores.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Present.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Present.
Councillor Vivian.
Present.
Councillor Price. Councillor Price. Councillor Roberts.
Present.
Councillor Shah.
Present.
Councillor Sheldon.
Present.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Present.
Councillor Stretton.
Present.
Councillor Sykes. Councillor Sykes.
Present.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Torr.
Present.
Councillor O'Rayman.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
Councillor Williamson.
Present.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Present. Item 3, Honorary Alderman and Honorary Freeman. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Fielding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Delighted to move this report. Look forward to having a ceremony later in the year.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Equally so, Madam Mayor. Happy to second, and again look forward to the ceremony sometime later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? Thank you. Does Councillor Fielding? Well, there's nothing to reply to, but do you want to say anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does Council agree that Council confirm the title of Honorary Alderman on Alan John Dillon, as in the opinion of the Council, he has rendered eminent service to the Council as a past member? A roll call will now be taken. Thank you, Liz.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
For.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Chatterton.
4.
Councillor Chowan.
4.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Hack.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hoban.
4.
Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain. Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
4.
Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Paul. Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Vivian.
4.
Councillor Price. Councillor Price. Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah. Councillor Sheldon. Councillor Sheldon.
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
4.
Councillor Stretton,
4.
Councillor Sykes, Councillor Sykes, Councillor Taylor,
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Was that Councillor Sykes?
It was. It keeps throwing me out, Liz. I do apologise. That's 3 times it's chucked me out of the meeting now.
Councillor Torr,
4.
Councillor Raymond,
4.
Councillor Williams,
4.
Councillor Williamson,
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. The resolution is passed. Does council agree that council admit Kevin Sunfield MBE to the Honorary Freeman of Oldham, as in the opinion of the council rendered eminent service to the borough of Oldham? A roll call will now be taken.
Councillor Ahmad,
4.
Councillor Akhtar,
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani,
4.
Councillor Ali,
4.
Councillor Alias,
4.
Councillor Ball,
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth,
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth,
4.
Councillor Briggs,
4.
Councillor Brownridge,
4.
Councillor Byrne, Councillor Chatterton,
4.
Councillor Chowan,
4.
Councillor Cosgrove,
4.
Councillor Curley,
4.
Councillor Davis,
4.
Councillor Dean,
4.
Councillor Fielding,
4.
Councillor Gary,
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Goodwin,
4.
Councillor Hamlet,
4.
Councillor Hack,
4.
Councillor Harkness,
4.
Councillor Hewitt,
4.
Councillor Hoban,
4.
Councillor Hume,
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain, Councillor Aftab Hussain, Councillor Fidar Hussain,
4.
Councillor Ibrahim,
4.
Councillor Iqbal,
4.
Councillor Jabbar,
4.
Councillor Jakes,
4.
Councillor Leach,
4.
Councillor Malik,
4.
Councillor McLaren,
4.
Councillor Moores,
4.
Councillor Murphy,
4.
Councillor Mushtaq,
4.
Councillor Fillion,
4.
Councillor Price, Councillor Roberts,
4.
Councillor Shah,
4.
Councillor Sheldon,
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
4.
Councillor Stratton,
4.
Councillor Sykes,
4.
Councillor Taylor,
4.
Councillor Torr,
4.
Councillor Raymond,
4.
Councillor Williams,
4.
Councillor Williamson,
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4.
Councillor After was saying sorry the computer was playing up for Tulip.
Noted.
Thank you. That resolution is also passed. Does council agree that council admit Frank Rothwell to be Honorary Freedom of Oldham, as in the opinion of the council he's rendered eminent service to the borough of Oldham? A roll call will now be taken.
Councillor Ahmad,
4.
Councillor Akhtar,
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani,
4.
Councillor Ali,
4.
Councillor Alias,
4.
Councillor Ball,
4.
Councillor Marie Bashforth,
4.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth,
4.
Councillor Briggs,
4.
Councillor Brownridge,
4.
Councillor Byrne, Councillor Chatterton,
4.
Councillor Chowan,
4.
Councillor Cosgrove,
4.
Councillor Curley, Councillor Davis,
4.
Councillor Dean,
4.
Councillor Fielding,
4.
Councillor Gary,
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Goodwin,
4.
Councillor Hamlet,
4.
Councillor Hack,
4.
Councillor Harkness,
4.
Councillor Hewitt,
4.
Councillor Hoban,
4.
I'm here.
Councillor Hume.
Four.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
4.
Councillor Fidel Hussain.
4,
Councillor Ibrahim.
4.
Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4,
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4,
Councillor Price. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Shah.
4.
Councillor Sheldon.
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4,
Councillor Williams.
4,
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
4. That motion is carried. The ceremony for the Honorary Alderman and Honorary Freeman will take place later in the year at a time and date to be fixed. That concludes the business for this special meeting. Thank you. And we move straight into the full council. So good evening everyone and welcome to this virtual full council meeting held by virtue of regulations passed due to the COVID-19 pandemic to enable constituted meetings and decision making to take place virtually. The requirement for public meetings to be made accessible to the public remains, and the link to the virtual meeting is available on the Council's website in the usual live meeting link page. If a connection to a member is lost during this meeting, all efforts will be made to enable the connection to be restored. If the connection cannot be restored within a reasonable time, the meeting will proceed, but the member who is disconnected will not be able to vote on the matter under discussion, as they would not have heard all the facts. Should any aspects of the external link fail, I may call a short adjournment of up to 5 minutes or so to determine whether the connection can quickly be re-established either by video technology or telephone in the alternative. If the connection is not restored within that time, the meeting will be adjourned and any further business will not proceed until another time and date. Any public questions submitted for the meeting during this period of virtual meetings will appear on the screen. Could members please mute their microphones while not speaking to reduce noise interruption during the meeting, and unmute when a vote or roll call is about to be taken. I also need to ask members if they will move and second an amendment to Council Procedure Rule 15.5, as it would be difficult to provide council consent to move the extension to speeches. It has been proposed that timings will include the extensions. Therefore, any member wishing to speak will be granted 4 minutes 30 seconds, and those members with the right to reply 6 minutes 30 seconds. In addition to the order made declarations of interest at the same time as the attendance roll call. Do members agree to reorder the agenda to take items 2 and 4 together? I call on Councillor Fielding to move.
Move, Madam Mayor. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Sykes to second this.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? Thank you. Item 1, Civic Appreciation Award. Members will recall that at the council meeting on the 16th of December 2020, members agreed the nomination of the Civic Appreciation Award to Steve Hill MBE. I call on group leaders to speak in recognition of Steve's significant voluntary contribution and dedication to the local community and the borough of Oldham. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So this year's recipient of the Civic Appreciation Award, nominated by the current Mayor of Oldham, Councillor Ginny Alexander, is Mr. Steve Hill, MBE, in recognition of his significant contribution, dedication and charitable work to the local community and borough of Oldham. Steve has been teaching in Oldham for 24 years and has been Deputy Head Teacher at St Joseph's RC Primary School for 17. Steve inspires and instills confidence in the children to develop themselves both academically and physically to hopefully achieve their full potential in life. His motto in the classroom is work hard, play hard, and applies this across academic, sporting and outdoor adventurous activities across the school. Leading by example, he sets personal challenges for his fundraising and continually strives to inspire the children that anything is possible. Mr. Hill's challenges always involve the children he teaches, and over the last 10 years have helped to raise over £100,000 for a variety of charities. His personal challenges have included climbing Mount Kilimanjaro and Mont Blanc, completing an expedition through the Arctic wilderness with huskies, trekking 200 miles through the Sahara Desert, and trekking to Mount Everest Base Camp and completing the Tenzing Hillary Mount Everest Marathon, along with UVU North Pole Marathon and a 230-kilometre race through the Amazon jungle, with many more challenges planned for the future. Steve delivers talks and presentations to other schools and youth groups about his challenges. His message is dream big, aim high, and never give up, as he tries to instill I can and I will mindset. This has led to Steve becoming an ambassador for the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, giving talks and presenting awards at local high schools, and being a Gold Duke of Edinburgh Awards guest presenter at Buckingham Palace and St James's Palace. Steve is also founder of the Team Hill Charitable Trust. Along with his team of volunteers, have undertaken food shops for the elderly and vulnerable in our community, organised comfort bags for COVID-19 patients, and a toy appeal for the children's ward at the Royal Oldham Hospital during the COVID pandemic. He's been awarded an MBE for services to education and charity, along with multiple other awards, including a National Teaching Award, Inspirational Teacher of the Year, National Happy School Person, and Adventurer of the Year. So Steve can add this award to his rapidly growing stack of awards that he's already got. Congratulations to Steve.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm delighted to be able to support the leader in making this award to a very worthy recipient tonight. As the leader's already said, I think Steve needs a new mantelpiece or a second mantelpiece for the number of awards he's got, and I think this is a very worthy and justified one. With Steve, and I call him Steve because I've known him quite a while, it's difficult to know what to say and where to start. I've known Steve very well through his employment at St Joseph's Primary School, Shaw, where I've been a school governor. He was appointed as deputy head when I was there, and still am there actually, more than 17 years ago. So you can imagine the dynamic he brings to our governors' meeting, shall we say, in terms of his other activities and whatever, as you might imagine. I'm proud that Oldham is a place that's full of people who are passionate about making our borough and our world a better place. And Steve absolutely exemplifies this. He's a force for good. And I just sum that up in two ways, because I don't want to repeat what the leaders said. Raising money for worthy causes and doing wonderful and exciting things. And then the other thing he does is he inspires others, especially our young people, to join him in doing so through their own personal endeavours, whatever their personal challenges or challenges they set themselves might be. His message, as the leaders said, is dream big, aim high, and never give up. And it's something that we should all seek to emulate here in Oldham. It's especially in a world where we need hope and inspiration to tackle the challenge we face after a year of COVID-19 in an uncertain future: poverty, inequality, climate change and pandemics. Steve Hill provides that hope and inspiration to all of us, and for that he wholeheartedly deserves our thanks and this award. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Steve, if that's okay, I'd like to add congratulations on behalf of the council and the townspeople of Oldham. I've been present at a number of your presentations and speeches, and it's always awe-inspiring. It's okay talking about young people, but we old ones have been inspired as well by many of your exploits and greatly admire the work that you've been doing. So I call on Mr. Steve Hill. Would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your very kind words. Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Sykes, for your very kind words. Always feels a bit uncomfortable sometimes hearing people speak about yourself in such terms, but thank you very much. I'd just like to say a very huge, heartfelt thank you to you all the councillors, for deeming me worthy to receive this Civic Appreciation. I'm getting very nervous. Civic Appreciation Award. It really means so much to me. It really is such a huge honour to be recognised in this way by my hometown. I'm so proud to be an Oldhamer. Lived in Oldham all my life and will continue to do so. And to be able to help in some small way to make a small difference within our great town means everything to me. But this award is received on behalf of all the wonderful people who continually support me, encourage me in everything that I do, whether it is running daft marathons through jungles or through the Arctic or climbing mountains. It's great to be able to take the well wishes of the people of Oldham, but especially the children that teach. So it does include the amazing children. I have the great privilege of teaching at St Joseph's Primary School. They're a big part of my life and always have been, and it's great to be able to take them on the journey with me. Having recently set up Team Hill Charitable Trust, as you mentioned there, again, special mentions to go to the brilliant supporters who, without those, we wouldn't be able to have the impact we've had in the last 12 months. They're amazing people, and they're helping to make such a big difference here in Oldham, but also to the lives of young people and children in Uganda, which is a big place of my heart, having visited there a couple of times. So, yes, it means the world to me. So thank you very much to you all, and I hope that myself, along with all the Team Hill Charitable Trust supporters, can continue to help make a small difference within our wonderful town, but further afield, as I say, to help with the opportunities for people in Uganda too. So thank you very much. It means the world to me.
Thank you. Circumstances have forced us to hold this ceremony virtually tonight, but at some point when we can, in the hopefully not too distant future, I'd like to invite you to the Mayor's Parlour with your family and guests to be presented with your scroll and your rose bowl, and we wish you very well and hope it won't be too long before we can do that. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. I really look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So we now continue with the business of the council tonight. I've had apologies, attendance and declarations of interest. I've received apologies for absence from councillors Alexander, Hudson, Slamat and Serjan. A roll call will now be taken to confirm the attendance of members and for members to declare any interest in the remaining business. Thank you, Liz.
Councillor Ahmad.
Present, and personal interest in item 10, motion 2, being by virtue of being a member of a union. Thank you.
Councillor Akhtar.
Present and personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3 as well. Is as a virtue of membership of Unite.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Present.
Councillor Ali.
Yeah, present, Madam Mayor. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as virtue of being a member of GMB. Thank you.
Councillor Alias.
Present.
Councillor Ball.
Present, and can I declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, because I'm a member of Unite.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
Present. Item 10, motion 2, a personal interest and a pecuniary interest in the same item. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth. Stephen Bashforth.
Apologies, I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, I was busy reading all my things out. And then, sorry, I've got a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, by virtue of being a member of the GMB. A personal interest in item 11, motion 3. I also have a pecuniary interest in item 10, motion 2. So I won't be able to speak or vote on that item. Thank you, and sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Councillor Briggs.
Personal interest in motion 2, item 10, motion 2, as a member of a trade union.
Councillor Brownridge.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, virtue of trade union membership.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Chatterton.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, by virtue of being a member of a union.
Chowan.
Present and pecuniary interest, item 9, board member Mayoke, and also motion 2, member of United Union.
Councillor Cosgrove.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, member of Unite.
Councillor Curley.
Present. Personal interest in item 11, motion 3, education staff.
Councillor Davis.
Present. Personal interest in motion 10 and 11 as a member of Unite the Union.
Councillor Dean.
Present and a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3 as a member of GMB Union.
Councillor Fielding.
Present, both personal and pecuniary interest in item 10, motion 2.
Councillor Gary.
Sorry, present. Pecuniary interest, item 9D, GMP.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Present. Personal interest in 9D, police and crime panel.
Hazel Gloucester.
Present. Personal interest in item D, GMP.
Councillor Goodwin.
Present and a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and 11, motion 3, due to membership of Unite the Union.
Councillor Hamlet.
Hi, present. Personal interest in item 9D, Myocare board.
Councillor Hack.
Present and personal interest on item 10, motion 2, item 11, motion 3, being a trade union member. Thank you.
Councillor Harkness.
Present. Pecuniary interest in item 10, motion 2, which I won't vote on, and a personal interest in item 11, motion 3.
Councillor Hewitt.
President, can I declare personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, a member of 2 trade unions, United and GMB.
Councillor Holbin.
Present.
Councillor Hume.
Present and declaring a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as a member of the GMB trade union.
Councillor Aftab Hussain.
Present.
Councillor Fidar Hussain.
Present. Personal interest, item 10, motion 2, and item 11. Hello.
Councillor Ibrahim.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as a member of Unite.
Councillor Iqbal.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, member of CWU.
Councillor Jabbar.
Present. Personal interest in item 10, motion 2, item 11, motion 3, a member of trade unions.
Councillor Jakes.
Present. I've got a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, as a member of Unison, and also a pecuniary interest because I work in education, and also item 11, motion 3, a personal interest because of the union membership. Thank you.
Councillor Leach.
Present. A personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as a member of Unite. the Union.
Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Present, personal interest, item 10, motion 2, item 11, motion 3, being member of Unite Union.
Councillor McLaren.
Present, declare a personal interest in item 11, motion 3, due to membership of the NEU.
Councillor Moores.
Present, personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, member of Unite.
Councillor Murphy.
Present.
Councillor Mushtaq.
Present, also personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, through membership of Unite Union. Thank you.
Councillor Fithian.
Present. I have a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, because I'm a member of the GMB union. Thank you.
Councillor Price. Councillor Roberts.
Present, and I too have a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as a member of the GMB union.
Councillor Shah.
Same, so I have a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3.
Councillor Sheldon.
Present.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
Present, and declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, item 11, motion 3, by virtue of being a member of the GMB union.
Councillor Stretton.
Present, and may I also declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, by virtue of my membership of the GMB.
Councillor Sykes.
Present.
Councillor Taylor.
President, can I also declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, as a member of GMB Trade Union?
Councillor Torr.
Present. Can I also declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, because I'm a member of Unison. Thank you.
Councillor O'Rayman.
Present, declare a personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, by virtue of member of Unite the Union.
Councillor Williams.
Present, Liz.
Councillor Williamson.
Present and no interest.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne.
Councillor Byrne.
Present, no interest.
And Councillor Aliash, do you wish to declare an interest?
Yes, Liz, thank you. Can I declare my personal interest in item 10, motion 2, and item 11, motion 3, by virtue of my membership as a trade union?
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Present, and personal interest in item 11, motion 3, by virtue of my membership of National Education Union. Thank you. Item 3, the minutes of the council meetings held on 16th.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor. Before,
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Can I add my interest to what I declared motion item motion 11 as well, please? Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Briggs, I forgot to mention motion 3 on page item 10, motion 3. I have a personal interest in that.
Okay, by virtue of?
In trade union.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Anybody else who wants to add anything?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I neglected to mention item 11, motion 3 as well, for the same reason, membership of trade union.
Madam Mayor, is Councillor Chauhan, and same applies to me as well, same as Councillor Fielding.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Marie Bashforth. The same applies to me, 11.3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Is that Councillor Stephen has said?
It is, Madam Mayor. I got interrupted. I just want to make sure whether my declaration and interest was recorded. Hello?
Sorry, yeah, it was recorded.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor Iqbal here. I'd like to put my personal interest at item 11, motion 3. I forgot to declare it. Thank you.
Okay. Is that everybody now? Yes, so are we okay to move on? Thank you. Right, item 3, minutes of the council meeting held on the 16th of December 2020 and the 4th of March 2021. Is council agreed that they are a correct record, subject to Councillor Jake's personal interest being included in the minutes? Is there any dissent? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a clarification, please?
Yes.
In the minutes of March the 4th, 21, some of the roll calls show me as absent. And I know Councillor Fielding has publicly stated that I left the meeting early. I'd like to clarify that I was having issues with my connection that evening. I didn't leave early at all. I was here right until the death, even though I was at work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I did send a message to the head of Democratic Services to apologise that my connection had been lost and I wasn't able to obviously get my vote across. So I'd like that noting that I was at the meeting until the end, and I did try to vote, but as everybody has problems with this system at times, I had problems that evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we note that, please? Thank you.
I was hoping that won't amend the minutes, but it is noted.
Yes, that's fine, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you. Can members put their hands down if they have used the hand function? Thank you. So item 5, urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. Item 6, communications. I had notification from members that they wish to speak in relation to the members who are retiring from office this year. So first of all, can we speak to Councillor Hudson, and I call upon Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to thank John Hudson for his many years of service during his time as a councillor at the Metropolitan Borough of Oldham. John has approached his many roles at the borough with diligent consideration and enthusiasm. We are all very sad still that John recently suffered the loss of his dear wife, Kathleen. And John and Kathleen were a great team, and of all the many functions they were part of, the year in which John was the Mayor of the Metropolitan Borough of Oldham was so special to them both. And the other exciting visit they had was down to Buckingham Palace when John received the OBE for his efforts and fundraising work. John has organised numerous functions on behalf of many organisations which have helped to raise funds, in particular for many of the Mayor's charities. The social and fundraising events are those which John aims to carry on with once times get back to some sort of normality. I personally would like to thank John for his support, help and advice as he introduced me into the political arena. Also his witty comments, which brought some lighter moments for me, and I know many other councillors who will have shared many laughs with John over the years. John's ability to remember names and personalities will continue to show how he genuinely cares for other people and their families. I hope you will all join me in wishing John well in his retirement from the council, and hope to meet up to chat and to socialise in some sort of normality in the near future. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. John was elected for the former Saddleworth East Ward, now South Ward, in 2002 until 2006, and then served as a representative for Chadderton Central from 2008 before returning to Chadderton South, to Saddleworth South, in 2012. I first met John on election day in 2008. He was a candidate in that election and was visiting the polling stations together with former councillor Eileen Hume to collect numbers of recorded votes. I was number snatching at Stockfield Mount, one of the polling stations in the ward, when they appeared. He introduced himself and began to complain about the number of far-right supporters he had encountered whilst canvassing, and suggested that he would not be elected. We met again at the count that evening. It proved to be a very close election, but the candidates and agents were initially advised by the officer in charge of the count that the BNP candidate had won. This was quickly challenged by John and myself, and it soon became apparent that the votes had been recorded incorrectly and that John had won by exactly 100 votes, with the BNP a close third. Fortunately, this had been rectified before the result was announced by the returning officer. At that time, I was the only Labour member in Chadderton North and Central wards. John and the other members of the two wards met to discuss casework on projects that could be funded jointly from the ward or district budget. He proved to be very amenable in private. However, his language was often more colourful in public. He chaired the district forum for a year on behalf of one of the other members who was acting as community champion. John could be very entertaining, and meetings with him were often populated with stories relating to various people he had encountered. There are still residents in Central Ward who remember him as a very outspoken character who would endeavour to address their concerns. However, he left Chadderton as suddenly as he had arrived when he was given the opportunity to stand in Saddlewood South in 2012. Again, he was elected and subsequently served as Mayor of Oldham in 2013-14. His visits to Chadderton continued during his year in office and were always well received. On the annual Chadderton Day, he crowned the Prince and Princesses of Chadderton, two local primary school pupils, and always visited the annual Christmas market held on Chadderton Precinct. One particular feature of his mayoral year was his ability to raise substantial sums of money for various charitable causes. John also served as a member of Saddleworth Parish Council for many years and was chair of the council on 4 occasions during his long career. He was extremely well supported by his wife Kathleen, who sadly passed away a few weeks ago. She often raised her eyebrows at some of the things that he said and would quietly apologise on his behalf afterwards. They were a good team. John has been involved with a public, political and charitable service for more than 5 decades, and on behalf of the Labour members, I wish him a long and happy retirement. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Sykes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to say a few words in tribute on the retirement from Council of John Hudson, OBE. I think everyone who knows John will say that he is a colourful individual. I could use other words, but not in this chamber, Madam Mayor. However, I first came across John when he worked in Shaw at the Conservative office, when he used to come into my father's shop for a sandwich for his lunch, and he spoke very highly of our oven bottom muffins. Over the years, he has certainly livened up meetings at
It looks as though we've lost Councillor Sykes. Well, yeah, I'll call on Councillor Byrne. We'll try and get back to Councillor Sykes. So, Councillor Byrne, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Well, I'm sure John will thank Councillor McLaren for his good wishes from the Conservative, from the Labour Party. Sorry about that. But I've known John for a long, long time, and we go back when he was on the Urban District Council, and he was chairman of the youth committee for Saddleworth, when we had lots of youth clubs, and he engendered lots of interest then. We had 1-act plays, football, a big pageant, and John was all part of this. And he was actually quite young then. But then we moved through the parish council, but then he was agent to Geoffrey Dickens, the MP for Saddleworth. And then when Geoffrey died, we had a by-election, and that was real exciting politics, where we had Michael Heseltine arriving by helicopter and people queuing down Court Street in Upper Mill to get into the hustings. So John's been through all that before he came, well, not saying down, but he came into Oldham politics. So he brought a lot of experience, excitement with him, and that was why his mayoral year was particularly good, not just as a fundraiser, but as cooperation with people, because he and Kathleen would work with most people, and always with the parish council. It doesn't matter who was chairman, they always worked to support them. And I'm sad that John is not standing again, and he brought me, like Councillor Sheldon, into active politics. And I can thank him for that, because it's been good fun along the way. And John has made the councils that I've served with him good fun. And as I say, I'm sorry to see him leave, but he decided this before Kathleen's sad death. But I speak to him a lot, as I've spoken to him this afternoon, and I don't think he's gone yet. We might still hear his irregular verbs at some other function. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Sykes has got back to us. Do you want to carry on?
Yeah. We've given the rubber band another wind, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'll carry on from where I was. I think I've got just past oven bottom muffins, and that John had lined up council with his off-the-cuff remarks. And he's never been afraid to speak out, and often quoted controversy. Sometimes his comments have been acerbic, when he's been swift to condemn a speech and chastise a speaker he has disapproved of. And that's been me on several occasions. But many have been more humorous, if sometimes risky, raising a laugh from all sides of the chamber. Outside of the formal council, John has always been ready and willing to talk to anyone and everyone on the members' corridor, whatever party they're in, and discuss the state of the world and how every member is shaping up, and 1,001 other things. A source of gossip I shall miss tapping into, and I shall certainly miss being Hudson. John and Kathleen were, of course, eager to serve as Mayor and Mayoress, and they did tremendous work as our first citizens in the year of office, raising a great deal of money for their worthwhile causes, the Terence O'Grady Social Club, Christie's at Oldham, and the Oldham Music Centre. Playing host and fundraising were the two roles that came naturally to the couple, as they had a proven record of playing a similar pivotal role in the work of Saddleworth Parish Council and Saddleworth Society. John's always been a strong advocate for Saddleworth, particularly for his adopted home village of Greenfield, as he has been a resident for over 60 years. He's always spoken up in this chamber on Saddleworth matters, and I'm glad he has. I think it's important that the Saddleworth villages have champions, and thought so too when I bid farewell to my friend and colleague John McCann when he too retired. It's all too often to easily focus on council proceedings solely in an Oldham-centric basis. I wish John all the best in his retirement, and I'm sure we'll still hear that he's causing mischief somewhere from time to time. Although he has his family, I'm only very, very sorry he will not have his beloved wife Kathleen beside him to enjoy it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hoban has indicated. Councillor Hoban.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a quick one from me. As a rather unwelcome guest at the count almost 2 years ago when I got elected, John Hudson was the first councillor to come over to me on that evening and settle my nerves, and I thank him for that. And I'll always hold him dear for the fact that he was always very welcoming at every council meeting, and always managed to raise a smile, I think, most times when he got up to stand in the council. No matter what he was talking about, he certainly made me smile, and I do wish him a long, happy, healthy retirement, and I do hope to see him soon. From me, that's all I wanted to say, how much I appreciated that first meeting with him that will live with me for as long as I'm a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move on to tributes to Councillor Hack, and I call upon Councillor Brownridge, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Faz been a community activist in Coldhurst and Chadderton for many years. For example, he was one of the founders of the award system for educational achievement to encourage Bangladeshi students. And that was before standing for election. As a long-standing active party member, he was approached to stand as a candidate and was elected for Chadderton North Ward in 2012. He's a modest family man with a reputation for being fair and loyal, and he proved to be a good team player and worked well with his fellow ward members. He's been a deputy cabinet member and is currently chair of the audit committee. It is a great shame that the local party decided, not for the first time, not to reselect a good local councillor, and I'm sure he will be missed by many people in the ward and by many in this virtual chamber. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Sykes, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say a few words on behalf of Councillor Hack and his service to the people of Oldham. Not the most vocal of people, but that doesn't mean it, and I think it's important that we're not all the same. In a public authority such as ours, funded by money of hard-working council taxpayers, managing those finances efficiently and robustly is a crucial and critical job of all councillors. Councillor Hack has carried out his duty as Vice Chair of Audit and as a member serving on the Overview and Scrutiny Performance and Value Money Committees, diligently serving on both of those. The welfare and well-being of our children and young people is something that I know is at the forefront of every member's mind, and one of the things I particularly like to single out for Councillor Hack is his service on the Positive Steps Board and the excellent work they do to ensure that our young people remain safe, healthy and productive. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Briefly, I would like to thank Councillor Hack. Known him only a relatively short time, but we're both on the audit committee, and Councillor Hack was the chair, of course. So I would like to thank Councillor Hack for the professional and excellent way that he has chaired many meetings of the audit committee. On behalf of myself and the Conservative group, I would like to wish you and your family good health and a happy future from all on the Conservative group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. Thank you. And now Councillor Price. Councillors want to speak about Councillor Price, so I call upon Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to thank Vita for a great contribution to the people of Waterhead and Oldham over the last 9 years. Vita has done an exceptional job while still holding a very senior social services post in another authority, as well as being a carer. And I think a contribution to local people and the help that she's given them has been exceptional. And she's contributed well in this authority by using her expertise in adult social care as well, and led the way in many different aspects of the changing area within that. Vita has worked very, very hard as well within different communities, particularly the Caribbean community, where she has been a member of a lot of different organisations and has been very supportive to that community as well, and probably a community that's underrepresented in Oldham. So I'd like to thank Vita for being an extremely good colleague, an extremely hard-working councillor, and I hope that she'll carry on doing what she likes best, which is caring for her family and actually doing a really positive job, particularly for the elderly people that she actually is responsible for. So thanks very much, Vita, and we hope to see you around, and I'm sure we will. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dean. Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, I too want to add my comments in relation to Councillor Vita Price. As Councillor Dean says, Vita was first elected in 2012 to the Waterhead ward, where she served for the last 9 years. As a ward councillor, Vita made an impact and was nominated by the community, which speaks probably louder than anything else, and also won the Oldham's award in relation to Get Oldham Growing, and the idea of encouraging residents with gated alleyways to recycle and grow to make their community a better place to live. On a personal basis, my interactions with Vita over the last 6 years have mainly been related to the licensing committee, and in particular to the driver licensing panel. You always know if you're late for the meeting if Vita beats you to it, and many a time she's burst into the meeting room at the last minute. However, her participation and interaction has always been welcome. Vita has always been a voice of common sense on the panel, proposing decisions that always recognise the needs of the individual we're dealing with, as well as the needs and requirements of the legislation that needs to be upheld. I can honestly say that I will miss Vita. I've always found her easy to deal with, easy to get along with, a lovely person with a lot of common sense, who will be missed not only by her community for her well thought out decisions, but also her ability to lift and brighten a room with her presence and personality. And on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, I wish her well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gloucester. So lastly, we've got Councillor Hewitt, and Councillor Leach wishes to say a few words. Thank you, Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'd like to express appreciation for Councillor Steve Hewitt. He welcomed me warmly in Saddleworth, Westonleys, when I was newly back home after being away for a very long time. He worked hard for my campaign, introducing me to many local residents and businesses. Almost everybody in Saddleworth, Westonleys knows Steve. He's well respected in this community as a very hard-working councillor working on their behalf. He's always been supportive of them and of me personally. He has helped my son when in a difficult time. The very first Christmas present my tiny premature grandson received was from Steve. It was a pale blue hat for a city prince. Thank you, Steve, very much for all your hard work in the community and being so supportive of me personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Councillor Al Hamdani, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Steve Hewitt has been my ward colleague for nearly 2 years, and that's been quite an interesting 2 years. It's quite difficult now trying to think what it was like working with people before the pandemic, when you could stand in a room in a community meeting with 100 people and talk to them all. And that's how I know Steve best. Groton Pavilion and the meetings there, and despite the issues that brought people together, it has brought them together. It really has helped, bring a community together, even if the issues that brought them together aren't the ones that we'd like. Out of that has come a new charity that's helping the community in the villages, and that has grown from something that Steve was directly involved in, putting together 100 Christmas present packs for residents in the supported accommodation there. And now it's grown from that. It's looking to support the community even more, and that's something Steve should be proud of. I'm sure he is proud of, helping to make that happen. Community is where politicians should be at their best, and whether it's addressing 100 residents at a Save Our Valleys meeting or turning up as Santa Claus at St Edward's, Steve, you've definitely left an impression on everybody. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holdani. Councillor Sheldon, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've not known Steve for long, but I first came across Councillor Steve Hewitt and Adrian Alexander when they were the councillors for Saddleworth West and Lees, and what a formidable team those two were together. Unfortunately, Adrian is no longer on the council, but Steve actually carried on, and he actually chaired the last few meetings we had of the Saddleworth and Lees district and the executive meetings we had there. And I know that Councillor Hewitt has worked hard for his ward and cared for the community. I have an aunt who lives she did live in Springhead, and they made a point of going to see the elderly people, and they really showed that they cared for the residents and worked hard for that particular part of Oldham. So my best wishes to you, Steve, for the future, and thanks for what you've done on the council. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. We now move on to item 7, petitions. There is one petition for council to note. Item 8, Youth Council. I call on the youth councillors to present their motion. Over to you.
Good evening.
Can you unmute if you're speaking?
Can you hear me now?
Just about.
Right.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing our motion. My name is Prem, and I am Oldham Youth Council's campaign officer and representative for Oldham West.
And my name is Melissa, and I am Oldham Youth Council's representative for Saddleworth and Lees.
Back in July 2020, we presented a motion to Oldham Council regarding the current apprenticeship offers across Oldham to ensure there is a broad range of high-quality opportunities available and to create digital apprenticeships for those leaving education. We welcome the positive response and commitment from the Council to support the future aspirations of our young people. Following on from this, we have been able to undertake further consultation, and it is evident that the future prospects of Oldham's young people continues to be a priority for them.
During November 2020, we were able to consult with over 8,600 young people as a part of the UK Youth Parliament's consultation, Make Your Mark. Although lower than previous years due to the pandemic restrictions, it represents a 34% turnout, which is the highest turnout in the UK. Make Your Mark is a UK-wide consultation on issues important to young people aged 11 to 18. This ballot goes out to all high schools in Oldham so that pupils can vote on what they feel is important in their lives and what they think members of the Youth Parliament should campaign on for the year ahead. The top issue that came out from this ballot, with more than a quarter of all votes from Oldham's young people, was free university. Investing in young people by providing free access to university by removing tuition fee charges. This will help more young people reach their full potential without suffering financial hardship.
In our town, where deprivation can be a reality for many, leaving universities owing upwards of £45,000, it is no surprise that for some young people in Oldham, tuition fees, plus the cost of living and other financial requirements, will have implications upon their decision to apply and continue into higher education, regardless of their passion or ability. This in turn may restrict or hinder their prospects to gain a full-time job in equal measure of pay and opportunity compared to that of their peers who attend university. At the time of running Make Your Mark, over 3,000 Oldham young people aged 18 to 24 were unemployed. A youth unemployment rate of 15.2%, the highest rate across Greater Manchester and higher than the national rate of 9.2%. With unemployment rising due to the pandemic, it is likely that youth unemployment will rise further and stay high for longer than for adult unemployment. We know that the reality is that not all young people may want to attend university, even if it is free. And this is why we will work with you to look at apprenticeships across Oldham. However, if we can give every opportunity to those who wish to be socially mobile, then we enable young people to achieve their full potential, making meaningful contributions to our economy and society overall. Young people have told us that they would like the opportunity to return to Oldham if they love to study. To have Oldham's young people return qualified, ready to step into the progressive career roles, would benefit Oldham's economy and employment offer. But this can only be achievable if all young people who are wanting to go to the university are able to do so regardless of any extortionate financial obstacles.
Our MYPs and Oldham Youth Councillors will be working hard alongside the British Youth Council and UK Youth Parliament to try and effect change on this national issue. However, we can't do this on our own, and we ask for your support. We propose that Oldham Council recognises that Oldham is committed to providing quality educational opportunities for all of its young people. We ask that Oldham Council write to the Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the Minister of State for Universities, Michelle Donnellan, to show the Council's support of its young people and support of scrapping university fees. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well put. Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? I've got. I'm going to try and get these things in the right order. Councillor Mushtaq, I'll leave you for a little later on because you're going to come in later. So Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those involved in organising the Make Your Mark consultation. And just to put into context why the Youth Council have brought this to us tonight. Unfortunately, the rollout of the ballot last year was a bit more challenging than other years due to the COVID-19 situation. But I was more than pleased with the turnout. It was fantastic. Over 8,600 young people participated in the Oldham ballot. This is a real achievement, and I believe it is an indication of how well the youth voice is embedded and valued across our town. But let's get to the point. 2,210 of the Oldham young people taking part in the ballot cast a vote in favour of scrapping university fees. In my opinion, these fees should never have been introduced in the first place. But I'm not going to get involved in a blame game. It's time to try and put things right. Our young people have a voice. We have heard that voice. Now it's time for central government to hear their voice. I hope they listen and I hope they act. Please support the motion. But can I just finish by saying a big thanks and I hope yours to Oldham's Youth Council, the support workers, our schools and most importantly our young people for their hard work and commitment in carrying out this survey. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moores. Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. You caught me on the hop there. I was expecting Councillor Leach. No, that's fine. And thank you very much, the Youth Council, for bringing this motion forward. You have my full support, and congratulations on the record turnout. That is more than some of us get at election time. I speak as someone who's had the privilege of paying £9,000 a year for university, and I have to say the current system is deeply unfair and leaves people who don't have parents rich enough to pay the £27,000 off in one go with ever mounting debts. I think I'm up to about £60,000 now. The marketisation of education is just wrong. It should be a right and not a privilege. And I would also like to raise the cut to the maintenance grants that's created yet another barrier for those of lower income households trying to access university. But not only are they unfair for students, they're also a really bad way of funding higher education. The changes to the funding have got us into the place where a quarter of universities are running at a deficit and higher education debt stands at £12 billion. I'm really glad that scrapping tuition fees has been and continues to be the Labour Party's policy. And I'll just say once again, thank you very much for this motion, and I hope you get a positive response from the government.
Thank you, Councillor Hume. Councillor Leach, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Of course, I endorse completely the points that Councillor Moores and Councillor Hume have made about policy with respect to tuition fees and maintenance costs. What I'd really like to do here is to congratulate the Youth Council on their continuing really good work, and the survey that they did and the analysis of the results and the presentation of these results is something that we can all learn lessons from. I think we owe a debt of gratitude to the Youth Council, and we should strongly support them in their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Does Council agree the resolutions detailed in the motion? Can I ask Councillor Mushtaq to move?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, happy to move the motion. I'd like to thank Prem and Melissa for delivering it outstandingly, but also just to highlight the balance with which they've done this, because whilst it is about scrapping university fees, they have spoken about apprenticeships and supporting young people down other routes, and I think that's a really important point, because university isn't for everyone and it isn't the right route for everyone. So it's really important to have that balance. So I was pleased to see that was in there. But also, I think whilst the scrapping of fees, I agree with members, in 21st century Britain, young people shouldn't be paying or getting into debt for education. There is also a disproportionate amount of advantaged young people attending universities, and a disproportionately low number of disadvantaged young people. So I think we also need to look at the early stages of our early years, young people, schooling, and ensuring that that disadvantage doesn't create an imbalance. So I guess it's about the levelling up process that's been spoken about, and just ensuring that our young people in places like Oldham have the choice, and should they choose to attend universities, and barriers like costs and debt are not preventing that from happening. So thank you, and happy to move the motion.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Hazel Gloucester to second the motion, please?
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. I speak to second this motion and would like to thank the Youth Council for bringing the motion before us this evening. Having a daughter that is about to start a London University degree, the cost of her next 5 years of education is looming heavily before me. Although everyone that you speak to about this states that those from lower income families are not penalised, when it comes to university education, I think we all know that in reality this is not true. Families with lower incomes on many occasions are almost reliant on their next child coming of age to contribute to their family income. They are also less likely to be able to afford the university kit needed, for example, an ironing board, pots and pans, crockery, and other essential items needed for students' accommodation. If they do manage to overcome this first hurdle, it is more likely that they will then have to work alongside their studies to cover their costs if away from home, which can also have a detrimental effect on their educational progress. Once they have graduated from university, as already stated, they are likely to have an average debt in the region of £45,000 hanging around their necks, which will without doubt impact their future ability to get on the property ladder and start their adult lives. I therefore commend this motion and hope that you are able to vote in favour of it this evening. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. So can members vote electronically now, please? Remember to press submit when you've ticked your vote. That is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Before we move to item 9, question time, members won't need reminding that yesterday marked 1 year since the first lockdown, and we had a day reflecting on those who've suffered grief and loss. And I'd just like to call on Councillor Fielding to say a few words, followed by a minute's silence. Thank you, Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yesterday was the day of reflection marking the 1 year anniversary of the first COVID lockdown. COVID has had a devastating effect on our community, on our economy, and on our society. It has taken the lives of many thousands of people and changed the lives of us all. Whilst the purpose of yesterday was to reflect on those that have sadly been lost to COVID, we can also take heart from the way that many of our staff, partners, residents and businesses responded to the crisis. I would like to place on record my thanks on behalf of the Council to the community groups who stepped up, the volunteers who supported them, our partner organisations who work more closely with us, the businesses who repurposed their operations to support the relief effort, and our staff, many of whom moved into different roles or adapted to new ways of working incredibly quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a moment to look back and remember those we have lost and reflect on the ways that the crisis has brought out some of the very best in our communities. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll observe a minute's silence. Thank you. We move on to item 9, which is question time. This part of the agenda is question time, where Council will consider all questions submitted in the order received, starting with public questions. Can I ask the Council to suspend Procedure Rule 10.4 to allow the questions to be shown on screen rather than reading the questions out? Is this agreed? Any dissent? Agreed then, thank you very much. There is a 15-minute time limit for public questions, and once this time limit expires, no further questions will be asked. If the time limit has expired and a member of the public has submitted a question which has been ruled in for consideration, the question and response will be published on the Council website. So the first question has been received from Anita Lowe, and I call on Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I thank Ms. Anita Lowe for her question. It was considered appropriate to issue legal proceeding in this matter to prevent harassment and disturbance of individuals affected by the conduct. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. The next question has been submitted by Lewis Quigg, and I call on Councillor Fielding to respond. Councillor Fielding.
I'm on mute. I'm not anymore. Hi. The council welcomes investment from all businesses into the borough and strives to be a place where businesses and enterprise can thrive. As can be seen within the Oldham plan, the council promotes an inclusive economy and will continue to stimulate inward investment. The council condemns any form of criminality and would encourage businesses and employers to report such behaviours to Greater Manchester Police at the earliest opportunity. All businesses and individuals in Oldham should feel safe and secure, and the council works in partnership with Greater Manchester Police and other enforcement authorities to ensure offenders are brought to justice. Should any employer require any further information on business security, they can contact Greater Manchester Police for support and advice on 101 or via www.gmp.police.uk, or alternatively, following delivery on the election pledge of Labour Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, their dedicated contact point for whichever ward they are located in within the Borough of Oldham. There is now a named PCSO and named police officer that businesses located within the borough can contact if they have any issues, and those details are on the Greater Manchester Police website. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. We've had the next question from Mick Harewood, and I call on Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We are aware of a significant increase in visitors to all our parks, including Tandle Hill, and that has sadly resulted in additional litter. So Tandle Hill is now getting attention 7 days a week. And obviously, if you were read in the paper, we're about to install new bins, and these will actually be bigger than the existing ones. So hopefully that will help address this. We do ask though that people put their litter in the bin, and if they can't get it in the bin, please take it home with them. And in terms of a campaign, yes, we're certainly willing to discuss that with the Friends of Tandle Hill Country Park and any other residents, subject of course to the financial implications being within our budget. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. The next question has been submitted by Glyn Williams. I call upon Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Mr Williams for his question. The proposal to redevelop the Spindles and Town Square shopping centre forms part of the Council's £285 million Creating a Better Place programme, which provides a strategic framework for economic recovery by creating homes, jobs and skills development opportunities for residents. We're working hard to ensure the borough's town and district centres can reopen safely after what has been an horrendous 12 months for our communities and local businesses. A variety of options are currently being considered for the redevelopment of the town centre to help bring forward brownfield sites for development of much needed homes and to ensure there are places for people to work, visit and enjoy family time in open green spaces. There is no specific approval for the figure of £68 million that has been quoted in the press, as the redevelopment options are still being considered following the recent engagement activity with a view to including as many of the great ideas submitted by our communities as we can. The final cost to the council will depend on which redevelopment option is selected and the outcome of bids for external grant funding. As this project is a key part of Creating a Better Place programme, this will complement the council's plans for wider regeneration linked to rationalising the council's corporate estate. This programme has been tested and reviewed to ensure alignment with economic recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, and it will contribute to the achievement of a significant budget savings that were approved as part of the revenue budget 2021-22 and the medium-term financial strategy from 2021-22 to 2023-24. I have seen, but I've never been directly asked, I've seen comments that suggest that the council is looking to sell Spindles for £4.5 million. I know neither where the idea that the council is attempting to sell Spindles nor that it was doing so at a figure of £4.5 million has come from. It is completely and utterly fabricated, and if anybody sees anybody quoting that on the internet, I would hope that you would challenge them for talking our borough down by spewing complete bile and rubbish. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. The next question has been submitted by David Arnott. I call upon Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is similar, I think, to the question I just asked, but I feel the tone of it rather underestimates the amount of work that's actually been undertaken by ward members, the Friends of Tandle Hill Country Park and the council to address concerns that are expressed in this question. As part of the COVID response, a member of staff covers the park over 7 days a week to help deal with litter. The police and COVID marshals have paid extra attention to the park over the last 2 weekends to ensure visitors are obeying the rules. There are bins in the park which are emptied as often as possible. But there's clear evidence that many people dump their rubbish even when the bins aren't full. And as part of the recently approved replacement bin strategy, there will be new bins that will be installed will have greater capacity, but they will still only be effective if people actually use them or take their rubbish home. The park is regularly maintained, but obviously the significant increase in usage over the lockdowns has increased wear and tear on the paths, although some work has been done to them recently. The trees are regularly inspected and necessary works undertaken to ensure that they're safe. But we would urge all residents to participate in the Friends of Tandle Hill Park to determine future ideas for future developments, subject of course to money being available. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. The next question has been submitted by Eamon Keane, and I call on Councillor Mushtaq to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and can I thank Mr. Eamon Keane for the question. I guess the answer is that it's not a case of whether the council supports what Mr. Keane is describing as a discriminatory policy. The Brian Clark Academy is a faith-based school, and lawfully they are allowed to discriminate on the grounds of faith, just like a grammar school that has the 11+ is allowed to discriminate on the grounds of ability based on those test results. What I would encourage Mr. Keane to do is engage in the Section 10 consultation that's open at the moment. I believe it closes on the 2nd of April. And that's an opportunity to contribute towards the consultation and express your views. To be in defence of Brian Clark Academy, they have worked very closely with myself and council officers to ensure that this isn't a monocultural school and that it is open to the local community as much as is possible. So I will give them credit for that. But as I say, the best option for Mr. Keane is to engage in the Section 10 consultation and make his views apparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. The next part of this section is questions to Leader and Cabinet with a time limit of 30 minutes. I have advance notice of questions. The Leader of the main opposition party will ask his questions. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question to the Leader tonight, I would like to return to the redevelopment of Spindles and Town Square shopping centres. At the November council meeting, just after the purchase had been completed, I asked the Leader whether this represented a risky purchase, and he pointed up the significant sums of money that would be involved in repurposing and refurbishing these two shopping centres. I am sure that many people will have been shocked to hear recently that the significant sum of money this administration has earmarked to repurpose and refurbish these shopping centres amounts to around about 68 million over 5 years. Not for nothing did the Liberal Democrats brand it Spendles. This is truly a whopping sum of money. We all want to see a vibrant, viable town centre at the heart of our borough. And for our part, Liberal Democrat councillors want to see vibrant, well-used district centres in Failsworth, Chadderton, Royton, Shaw, Uppermill and Lees as well. But at what eventual cost? My real fear is that we shall see the same cost and time overruns and abortive costs on this project that have dogged this administration's previous so-called ambitious town centre projects. And I'll list just a few. The abandoned hotels futures plan, the abandoned Coliseum plans, twice, the bankrupted My House, the much delayed and costly Game Changer at Prince's Gate, the over-budget Town Centre Digital Hub, and last, the Town Centre flagship, the Old Town Hall project, delivered at 4 times the original estimate. So So can the leader tonight please tell me how we will ensure this project will be rigorously managed from start to finish to ensure that it is delivered on time to the current assigned budget, or for the sake of our hard-pressed taxpayers, preferably for much less? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I call upon the leader to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. As I indicated in my previous answer to the public question that was asked, we do not recognise the £68 million figure as one that we are intending to spend on spindles, as we have not finalised the plans for it yet. We were subject to a public consultation where we asked the residents of Oldham for their views, and we were fortunate enough to receive more than 2,000 local people feeding back into that consultation and giving us their ideas. And we will spec out what we intend to do with spindles according to that, seek external funding to reduce the overall cost to the council. Now, Councillor Sykes and other opposition members are fond of pointing to projects where they haven't been unfortunate enough to come in over budget or not on time. But there are many projects that this council has undertaken over the years that have come in on budget, within time, or even better. We can point to schools that have been built in this borough. We can point to our new leisure centres in Oldham and Royton, again on budget and within time. So selectively choosing regeneration projects to fit a narrative that the opposition wants to make ahead of the election is dishonest and does not tell the whole picture. Now, this administration is absolutely committed to regenerating our economy and our borough. And the only people that are going to turn the economy round in Oldham are us sat here. The government isn't going to bail us out. They've cut £200 million from our budget. We are going to have to take the initiative, be prepared to take a bit of a risk, be prepared to invest money in our place and in our people. And that is the only way that we will get out of this hole. And if Councillor Sykes wishes to go out to the electorate to say, oh, well, Oldham's not that great, so it's not worth bothering trying to change it, then be my guest. And we look forward to seeing the results on May the 7th. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Sykes, your second question.
My second question, and just a slight response to that first, Madam Mayor, which is the figure quoted that I did, isn't something I've made up. It's in the budget we approved only a couple of weeks ago when we were all sat here, if you choose to drill down and look at it in terms of the amount of money put on one side in the capital programme for the town centre. Anyway, my second question, Madam Mayor, references, as we had with the silence earlier on, the sad anniversary yesterday of the first COVID-19 lockdown in the United Kingdom. This past year, we've seen so much sacrifice and so much suffering. Many of us have had COVID-19 or have seen loved ones, friends, family die from this relentless, ruthless disease. But we've also seen a great deal of courage and selflessness. We're all too aware of the incredible professionalism, fortitude and yes, bravery displayed by our wonderful NHS staff in the care for those affected by COVID-19. But we should also remember the many others that have helped save lives and keep our society functioning during this unprecedented crisis. Members of our emergency services, including volunteers in our local mountain rescue service, our care workers, our schools, education and nursery staff, postal workers, power, water, telecoms workers, bus, tram, train drivers, delivery drivers, warehouse staff, supermarket and shop workers, the many volunteers who support our communities, and of course our hard-working council staff, who, like their colleagues in the NHS, have found this time especially testing. My question to the leader concerns how we mark this sacrifice, suffering, courage and selfishness in our borough in the future. Oldham has been hit especially hard by COVID-19, and it will take a significant effort and a lot of time and effort to recover. A large part of this recovery will revolve around the collective need of the people of this borough to grieve, to reflect and to remember. I would suggest to the leader that we need to commit as a borough to creating a bespoke collective space where this might happen, a memorial to our COVID-19 victims and its heroes. I'm not seeking to prescribe what this memorial might be or where it might be, nor would now be the right time to establish it, as we're not yet at the end of this tragedy. But I'm confident that Oldham's great people will get behind such a proposal, So could the leader join me in making a commitment in principle tonight to make such a memorial a reality? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I welcome Councillor Sykes' suggestion. There are many people across our economy and across our communities that have made great sacrifices. We have lost many loved ones during this crisis, and I think that an appropriate way to mark them is something that we should certainly consider. When the time is right, can I suggest that we draw together a cross-party group of people to consider how this may be marked? And I'll commit to convening that, provided it's still mine to do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. The interim leader of the minority opposition to ask a question, Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. I would like to ask the council leader to consider the following observations and suggestions. I have spoken to many members from various political groups, and the general feeling is that these full council meetings are far too long. We must remember that we are a metropolitan borough council and not the government. Indeed, tonight, with a few additional items, the meeting will not be complete until 10 p.m. onwards. There's some suggestions I would like to put forward. One, the declarations of interest, which tonight took forever. Could that possibly be done on the chat function? I would also like to suggest that the main and the opposition parties have one motion per meeting. Also, members' ward questions should only relate to items where inquiries through the relevant officers have been exhausted. Tonight, at item 19, the very last one, Places for Everyone, is one of the most important items on our agenda for a long time. This item will shape the future of the whole of the borough. It will determine if the elected members choose to shape the future of Oldham, or if we pass the future of the borough to Greater Manchester. We have discussed the timings of tonight's meeting earlier this afternoon at the leaders' meeting and decided to bring this item forward, which I'm glad about because it is more serious and it needs full debate, not when people are feeling tired and want to go a cup of tea. Please can I ask the leader to give consideration to the timing of future meetings and ask all councillors to share their thoughts with their leaders. A quick and timely meeting can be far more productive and effective than many needless hours of debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. I call upon the leader to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think it's certainly gutsy of Councillor Sheldon to ask for fewer and shorter meetings in a public forum like this, and it will be interesting to see how that question is reported. But I do have a degree of sympathy with some of his suggestions. The difficulty of conducting these meetings online and the long roll calls that we have to go through and the declarations of interest, I think, are perfectly valid points. I would say, though, that most members that are elected to this chamber are political animals and have particular views, and this is an opportunity to debate them with people that may not share them. So I'm not sure that many people would be in such a rush to dispense with the politics that we sometimes have in this chamber. I'm certainly happy, as we have done before, and we did after the first 12 months that I served in this role, look at the agenda of the council meeting again and see if there is any way to improve it, to make it more relevant and to make it snappier. I would encourage Councillor Sheldon and his group to feed their thoughts into the leaders' meeting, and it's perhaps something that we can look at as group leaders in the next municipal year. So I hear his concerns. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Shuttleworth to ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. A question about somebody in number 10 who knows what he's doing. Manchester United and England footballer Marcus Rashford's campaign to extend free school meals successfully forced the government U-turn, with Prime Minister Boris Johnson confirming that his administration would commit to ensuring meals were available to children during the Christmas break. Could the Cabinet member please advise what funding is being made available to the Council and what plans are in place to ensure that all families entitled to free school meals receive the help they need? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Mushtaq to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shuttleworth, for the question. The local authority has received additional government funding to extend the winter grant scheme to 16th April 2021 to cover the Easter school holiday. This government funding supports vulnerable families with children and young people with food and fuel over the winter. We are currently working with schools, colleges and early year settings to ensure food vouchers get to families with children entitled to income-based free school meals before schools finish for the Easter holidays. This will support over 17,000 children and young people over the holiday period. Those eligible for free school meals on the grounds of low income will receive a £30 voucher to cover the 2-week Easter holiday at £15 per week per child. The Council also provided this much needed support over the Christmas and February school holidays. The funding will also allow the local authority to top up a range of other financial schemes to support the vulnerable. This includes the Warm Homes Grant, money available for people who need help with fuel bills or to fix heating, and the support for care leavers from age 18 up to 25 with food vouchers. Families are also being signposted to our website, www.oldham.gov.uk/we-can-help, where they can obtain further details of the help and advice available. The Council will receive an additional £1.35 million of funding to provide holiday activities and food programme over the Easter, summer and Christmas school holidays. The purpose of the grant funding is to provide healthy food and enriching activities to disadvantaged children. The Easter programme of activities and food is being collated at present and will be promoted to eligible families shortly. The offer will be published on the Family Information Activities and Leisure Council webpage. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Leach to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Could the Cabinet Member for Finance please explain why the Tory government has stopped giving councils council tax freeze grants? Doesn't this amount to yet another Tory stealth tax increase? And could he explain what has been the impact on the people of Oldham?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Leach for her important question. Council tax freeze grant was available to local authority from the financial year 2011-12 to 2015-16. The impact of not having council tax freeze grant has resulted in loss of funding stream to councils and a requirement to cut budgets. This forced the council to increase council tax in order to maintain funding for key services and to deal with new spending pressures. From 2016-17, the Tory government changed the council tax policy. They introduced the adult social care precept to pay for adult social care. This shifted the burden of funding for adult social care from central government to Oldham taxpayer, which is completely unfair, as the adult social care should be funded from a national pot. Labour ran a national campaign to get government to give resources to local government so that they would not have to increase council tax next year. This was rejected by the Tory government. Instead, they expected councils like Oldham to increase council tax by 5%. Therefore, Oldham have seen council tax increases as a result of the Tory government changing its council tax policy. Although financial position is challenging here in Oldham, we have decided not to increase council tax by the full 5% next year. Our 2.99% increase is the lowest in the Greater Manchester. So I do agree, Madam Deputy Mayor, council tax increase is a Tory stealth tax. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. I call on Councillor Torr to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Many schools generate income through before and after school clubs, although in many cases these will only break even. Could the Cabinet Member for Education please tell us, were schools able to furlough before and after school staff, and also give us some idea of the impact on school budgets? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Mushtaq to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tor, for the question. The Department of Education did not, in general, expect school to furlough staff. However, they did understand that in some instances, schools may have a separate private income stream, and where this income had either stopped or been reduced and there were staff paid from those private income streams, it may be appropriate to furlough staff. Staff could only be furloughed if they did not have any other job in the school. The Council is aware of 5 maintained schools who are furloughed before after school staff. In total, the schools will receive income from the government of £62,000 to the end of February, and estimate this will be £68,000 by the end of the financial year. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Harkness to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Information received from officers by my colleague Councillor Sykes have revealed that no money has been found to provide much needed disabled parking bays for the last 3 years, and the work to progress the applications made for such bays has been placed on hold, and there is no money to carry out any works even when approved. To get about, some disabled people in this borough are reliant upon being able to access a vehicle adapted for their use at a space that is near to their home. If they own the vehicle, they also need to park it there. 3 years is an awful long time to wait. Many of these applicants have now been completely trapped at home throughout the COVID lockdown, and tragically, it is likely some applicants will die or be no longer able to drive by the time their applications are approved. Can the Cabinet Member please tell me when this administration will finally allocate more money from the budget to process and action these applications so that these needy people can finally be able to leave home and get about? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Applications received for disabled parking bays are currently being reviewed against the recently revised disabled bay policy in line with the overall revised Council Blue Badge policy. Provision has been made in the next financial year 2021-2 to continue to review and prioritise applications for action, and the intention is to continue this process as an annual programme. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Gary to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The recent investment into the play area and sports court at the Lower Memorial Park in Fellsworth West is welcome and makes it a genuine family-friendly park. I'm sure that the new homeowners at the family homes of the Lancaster Gardens estate will make good use of it when the weather permits. Could the Cabinet Member responsible confirm the total investment in this park and the source of the funding? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The funding total was £93,643 for the playscape and refurbished multi-unit games area in the Lower Memorial Park. This was funded through Section 106 monies, Fellsworth and Hollywood District and Environmental Services Green Space budget. So that's the answer.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much. I call on Councillor Hume to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. During the Chancellor's budget announcement, details were released of towns which had been successful in securing funding from the Townsdeal Fund. I am aware that Oldham has a bid for £41 million for projects including office space, a performance space, Northern Routes and the district heat network, but this wasn't included in the published list of successful bids. Does the Cabinet Member responsible have an update on Oldham's bid? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. On the 11th of December 2020, the Oldham Town Deal Board that exists to support the local delivery of Towns Fund submitted a town investment plan bid for £41 million towards 5 projects. This was as part of cohort known as Cohort 2A. The government's Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, I'll refer to that as MHCLG for the rest of this answer, had announced Cohort 2A at the start of October 2020, thereby giving Town Deal Boards 4 submission options. Cohort 1, 31st of July, Cohort 2, 30th of October, 2A, 11th of December, 3, 29th of January of this year. By submitting the town investment plan in December 2020, after Oldham Council had purchased Spindle's Town Square Shopping Centre in October 2020, the board could specify the shopping centre as the preferred location for 3 of the 5 projects and strengthen the overall narrative. Official guidance from the MHCLG had previously confirmed that a town investment plan with a value exceeding £25 million would be subject to a greater level of scrutiny around value for money and the capacity and capability of the lead local authority to deliver a larger deal. The Chancellor's budget on the 3rd of March 2021 listed 45 new town deals based on town investment plans submitted in cohorts 1, 2 and 2A. Oldham was not included because MHCLG had that week requested additional information on 3 of the 5 proposed projects in the town investment plan. On the 17th of March 2021, Oldham Council submitted the additional information relating to the projects. However, we are still awaiting confirmation of when MHCLG will announce the outcome of the town investment plan assessment. The delay in receiving a funding offer can be attributed to assessors scrutinising bids for above £25 million in greater detail, as we expected. So we're waiting to hear, but we're still very hopeful, given our run of successful bids from Growth Deal, Future High Streets Fund and other external funding bids over the years. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Jakes to read her question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. A serious violent incident at Hollingwood tram stop was recently covered in the press. Many residents have raised concerns with me about safety at and around this stop. There is a particular problem with the blind corners on the main pedestrian routes between the stop and Manchester Road, which contribute to people feeling unsafe. Could the Cabinet Member responsible advise how we may improve the quality of the environment at the tram stop to make it feel more welcoming to public transport users? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I think this falls within my portfolio.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So is that okay? The council works closely with Greater Manchester Police and Transport for Greater Manchester to ensure people feel safe while using and accessing public transport. A number of crime prevention measures have been undertaken previously at Hollingwood tram stop, and there's ongoing work in relation to the recent issues which have occurred. The particular concerns highlighted in relation to the blind corners on the main pedestrian route between the stop and Manchester Road will be looked into, and where appropriate and feasible to do so, further works will be considered to improve perceptions of safety and to build confidence in this location as a safe space.
Okay, thank you. We've time for one more question. I call on Councillor Williamson to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The new My HR computer software system has recently come online and into use by council staff and HR managers. This replaced the A1 system introduced only 4 years previously, which frankly proved itself to be a bit of a failure, being significantly delayed, over budget and prone to making errors in salary payments and the calculation of working hours, to the disgruntlement of many staff. A1 apparently cost our financially struggling council taxpayers over £2 million of their hard-earned money, and My HR will undoubtedly have cost them many more. Can the Cabinet Member please tell me how much My HR costs, what guarantees we have that My HR will actually deliver for our staff and their managers, unlike its predecessor, and whether this council has any means to recover any of its abortive cost in relation to the A1 system from its developers? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Madam Deputy Mayor, this is also my portfolio. I do apologise, there was some confusion. So I'll respond if that's okay to Councillor Williamson. Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Williamson for the question. The approved budget for the implementation and the cost of licensing, support and maintenance for the new HR and payroll system, MyHR, is £2.295 million. MyHR is designed to replace both the A1 and the Salima payroll systems. There's confidence in the new system by the payroll team who have begun to use this on a day-to-day basis. It's a highly regarded HR and payroll system that is used across the country by more than 180 local authorities, including most of our GM authorities, and it is known as a market leader for this purpose. The cost of A1 were not abortive, as the system was in use and delivering payroll from its implementation in April 2017 to 2021. Whilst the system did have many issues and required us to implement many manual processes to improve accuracy, it did provide the core ability to pay our employees every month. The system, though, had reached a point where it required a major upgrade, and this is why we've used the opportunity to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we move on now. The next part of this section is questions on Cabinet minutes, and I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Shah to second that the Council notes the minutes of the Cabinet as circulated.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor, even.
Councillor Shah.
Second Deputy Mayor, second Deputy Madam Mayor.
Is there any dissent? Thank you. Do any members who are not Cabinet members wish to ask a question on the Cabinet minutes? I have had advance notice of a question from Councillor Hazel Gloucester. Would you like to ask your question?
I'm looking at page 85, Cabinet, on the 14th of the 12th 20, Schools National Funding Formula. With all pupils returning to schools from the 8th of March, many schools are already reporting significant budget shortfalls. Please, can the Cabinet member responsible explain what is the situation faced by our local schools and how we will ensure that they are not adversely impacted financially due to COVID-19? Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Can I call on the appropriate Cabinet member to respond to this, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gloucester, for the question. Schools and academies have continued to receive all core funding and grant payments during 2020-21. There have been instances where schools have faced additional costs as a result of the coronavirus outbreak and were not able to cover these from their existing resources. Financial assistance was available to schools where maintained schools were unable to meet these additional costs for free school meals, premises and cleaning costs. Mainstream schools will also receive additional funding of £80 for each pupil from reception to year 11 inclusive through the catch-up premium for the 2020-21 academic year. This is for specific activities to support pupils in catching up for lost teaching. In line with the curriculum expectations for the next academic year, there are currently 2 maintained schools forecasting a deficit at the end of 2020-21 financial year. However, this may change once the final outturn for the 2020-21 financial year has been agreed. A budget review has suggested that there are a small number of other maintained schools who may have a budget deficit for 2021-22. Again, this will not be confirmed until the final outturn is established and the 2021-22 budget has been finalised. The indications are that this is mainly due to reducing pupil numbers or high staff numbers, not as a result of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Williamson to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is page 94, Cabinet, the 21st of January, item 9, scrutiny referral on a council motion ban on fast food and energy drink advertising. I was glad to see that Cabinet agreed to allow health scrutiny to progress actions internally, and that it was agreed to escalate the aspirations of the motion for a ban to the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and for the Greater Manchester Mayor externally. Can the relevant Cabinet member please tell me whether this matter has now been tabled at a meeting for discussion by members of the GMCA, and if this has not yet happened, whether we know the timescale by which we expect this to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
It might be me, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I thought it might be. Madam Deputy Mayor, can I delegate the response to Councillor Chowan? Although I don't think it's delegating, because I think it's meant to be him anyway.
Yeah, I think it's somebody saw Greater Manchester in there and thought immediately of you. Councillor Chowan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That gives me opportunity to be on the camera as well. Answer is unfortunately very short. It's currently being actioned, and we will update the scrutiny committee, and I will also update Councillor Williamson with the timetable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the questions I've had notice of. Are there any other questions from members on the minutes? No, thank you. So the final part of this section is questions on joint arrangements and partnerships. I call on the spokespersons to move the minutes. Greater Manchester Combined Authority. Councillor Fielding.
Moved, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Greater Manchester Transport Committee. Councillor O'Rahman.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Commissioning Partnership Board, Councillor Chowan.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Greater Manchester Police, Fire and Crime Panel, Councillor Williams.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Stretton.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
AGMA Executive Board, Councillor Fielding.
Moved, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Greater Manchester Waste and Recycling Committee, Councillor Torr.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Myocare, Councillor Bashforth.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Peak Park District Authority, Councillor McLaren.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have a question on the minutes? I have had advance notice of a question. Councillor Hamblett, please.
Hi, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My question is in relation to page 114, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, the 27th of the 11th, 2020, and it's item 118.20, and it's to do with bus reform. I would question the wisdom on investing huge sums of money on improving bus stops when and where less and less bus services are using them. Surely we need to invest in more bus services first, especially as we emerge from lockdown. Before we invest in bus stops, can the relevant cabinet member tell me how much the recent improvements to local bus stops have cost hard-working council taxpayers and of this borough? And can I also ask who decides these improvements required the removal of the necessary tactile paving, which assists the sight impaired to access public transport? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Hamblett for his question. Transport for Greater Manchester, TFGM, as it will be referred to for the rest of this answer, secured funding through Growth Deal 3 for a bus passenger access enhancements project, which would upgrade 505 existing bus stops across Greater Manchester with the aim of improving the passenger experience and delivering improved journey times for buses, whilst ensuring facilities are compliant with accessibility standards. So this is external funding that Transport for Greater Manchester was successful in securing. The chosen delivery method for this work in Oldham was for our own Highways Operations Service to deliver these works on behalf of TFGM, and therefore the available funding of £232,000 came into the council's transport capital programme. By the end of the project, which is due to complete in May 2021, we will have upgraded 46 bus stops within Oldham. The bus stop upgrades include raising curb heights, footway treatment, the provision of bus stop clearways, and the replacement of bus stop poles and plates. As part of these works, Oldham has not or should not have removed any tactile surfacing to the bus stops. The bus stop improvements were designed and constructed to TfGM guidelines, which were developed from Greater Manchester Passenger Transport Executive Guidance used in Greater Manchester since at least 2007. So it's important to note in this answer that it's external funding. To our knowledge, we should not have or have not removed any tactile paving. And I am pleased that we have been able to upgrade some bus stops, among these in Failsworth. I do agree with Councillor Hambert's comments that we do need to increase the number of bus services that serve local people in and around Oldham, as we've seen too many cuts in recent years. And a decision that may be taken by the Mayor over the next couple of days to bring the bus network back under public control will give councillors like Councillor Hamblet and myself more control and more say over where buses go, how frequently they run, how much they charge, and even what colour they're painted. So I would encourage him and his colleagues to support the campaign for the Mayor to take the decision to franchise the bus network. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Hartness to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So my question relates to page 131 of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority meeting on the 27th of November, and it's item 211/2020, and it's regarding the No Child Goes Hungry. So my question is that now that the Chancellor has decreed in his recent budget that the £20 weekly uplift in universal credit payments will only be extended until the end of September, what will the leaders of the 10 Greater Manchester Combined Authorities be doing to continue to put pressure on government ministers to change their minds and make the uplift permanent? And will that include seeking the support of those Conservative MPs who now represent Greater Manchester constituencies? Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Hartness for his question. Whilst I cannot speak for all of the other leaders around the table at Greater Manchester, I think it is safe to say that at least 8 of the others are supportive of the continuation of the £20 universal credit uplift continuing way beyond the September date. I would be surprised, given that it's the policy of his government, if the Conservative leader of Bolton was, but you never know. The Greater Manchester Combined Authority is led by a Labour politician, and there are a majority of Labour politicians on it. The Labour Party's policy is to retain the £20 universal credit uplift, and so that will be reflected in the actions and the campaigns that we run as leaders in Greater Manchester. If we can enlist the support of Conservative MPs in Greater Manchester, who without doubt represent many constituents who, or perhaps not represent, but at least have many constituents within their constituencies who are affected by the universal credit cut that will come into force in September. If we can enlist their support, then we will be happy to have it, and hopefully it will add weight to the Labour Party's campaign to see that this uplift remains in place. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Sykes to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine's on page 165, GM Police Fire and Crime Panel, item excitingly labelled PCF/1820 IOPS update. I first raised the deficiency of the IPOS, which is the Integrated Operating Policing System, over 2 years ago. This system was meant to seamlessly replace 3 existing police computer systems to provide enhanced capacity to police officers and criminal prosecutors. The reality has proven vastly different. I have written to or met with the Greater Manchester Mayor and senior police officers to complain about it on several occasions. Quite simply, it has never been fit for purpose, and it has led to crimes not being properly recorded, victims not receiving a prompt and professional service, and prosecutors being unable to proceed with court cases. Even Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary reported that police officers had very little confidence in it and were frustrated by a system that does not always return accurate results. Yet the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, as our police and crime commissioners, keep insisting that the system will eventually prove its worth. 2 years on, can the Council's representative on the panel provide us with any real reassurance when this system will eventually work, do the job it's supposed to do, or has it in fact just proved to be a black hole into which public money has been poured, wasted on a system that's not fit for purpose? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Williams to respond.
Oh my word, Madam Mayor, what a question that is. Right, first of all, everybody, right, I'd like to thank Councillor Howard Sachs for this question, and I saw a site of this last night, Howard, and I looked at it and I thought, what should I do with that? So I've got some documentation here in front of me that I could recite from, but that won't do justice to the question that you've asked, because it's so serious, the question that you've asked, and I think you're absolutely right to go and pinpoint, ask questions, be critical, absolutely. But I just need to mention some history. I mean, one of the things about IOPS is the control works and the command and control system that they've got, and that's working absolutely brilliantly because it's working for other several police forces. It's a stable platform and it's doing fine. The other stuff that you're referring to, God, Howard, bloody hell. Yeah, there's problems, of course there's, Howard, but there's this that you need to consider and all. The documentation I've got in front of it right here, I'm not even going to read it out because it's good, but it's not quite what you need to know. So what I'm going to do is write to, like I did to Diane Williamson yesterday, and give you some other information, because IOPS, the information all the time, Howard, is changing constantly. Every police fire and crime panel meeting we've had an assistant chief constable there that gives us the update, because they've asked for it, we've demanded it, we want it, we're not having it any other way. But Howard, you've got to consider this. And while I might be waffling on and you might not be that interested in what I'm going to say, I need to share this with you. Howard, you know just as much as anybody else does that's on this call, there's always going to be problems with advancements. There's always going to be problems with technical advancements. We know that. Whose fault's that this isn't working? Is it the Bobby's fault? Don't think so. Is it the government's fault? Is it the police crime and fire panel's fault? The mayor's fault? It's so advanced, that system. And yet, when they switched the thing on in the first place, guess what happened? They noticed it was slow and they thought, hang on, it's just too slow, this. And guess what it was? Simply this, the virus checker. And the wheels going round and round and round. And they're thinking, hang on, what's that all about? The virus checker, instead of just checking segmented portions of what was involved in the components, it was checking every single thing. And it was things like that they weren't ready for. You could even argue, Howard, that there's perhaps when they went live with this system in the first place, the marketing, perhaps he should have turned around and said this. Hey, hang on, guys, when we go live with this, there could be a major problem here, so let's just take our time. But Howard, this is the best bit about your question. And forget the politics and all this. This is the best bit. Are we getting value for money? I think we will. Will it be good when it's operating properly? Absolutely. But this is the best thing more than anything else. Oh, God. Howard, it has to be right. It's an emergency service. Greater Manchester Police have to get this right. And finally, Madam Deputy Mayor, can I just share this with everybody? On Friday, got a meeting on Friday, probably one of the most important police, fire and crime panel meetings I've had. And it's to agree the final process of the interview for the new Chief Constable. Okay, so I can have my two-penny thing, and boy, have I got some questions and comments to make to that guy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Calling Councillor Chatterton to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I do apologise, I couldn't get onto the camera. So this is on the questions for the Transport for Greater Manchester. I welcome the announcement from the Transport for Greater Manchester and the Greater Manchester Mayor's Office that Royton has been chosen for investment as part of the B Network programme, and the Rochdale Road corridor, where it's currently serviced by the 419 bus, has been identified as a quality bus transit scheme. Both of these things bring welcomed investment into Royton Centre, making Royton more accessible for walkers and cyclists, and recognising that Royton is in need of improved public transport and improved connectivity links. Can the relevant Cabinet member advise what the timescales are for both of these?
Thank you. I call on Councillor Field to respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Chatterton for her question. I know that Councillor Brownridge unmuted there. She might be able to provide more detail on timescales because some of this public realm work will be done by ourselves rather than Greater Manchester. Am I correct in thinking that? And I will defer to Councillor Brownridge with your permission, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I think you should also always defer to me, Sean. I think that's an extremely wise tactic. Yes, I was expecting to answer this question. The B network improvements for pedestrians and cyclists in Royton will be delivered by March 2022. There will also be investment in Royton through the government's Active Travel Fund with a scheme on Sandy Lane, Rochdale Lane, which will be delivered in the new financial year once consultations complete. In addition, the new Toucan crossing in the centre of Royton will be finished in the next couple of weeks. In terms of the quality bus transit proposals for Rochdale Oldham Ashton corridor, these are being investigated by TfGM. GM has allocated £10 million of its Transforming Cities Fund 2 to deliver early measures on northern and orbital quality bus transit corridors, which could include this corridor, although no decisions have yet been made on where the 10 million will be invested. The funding deadline for this is March 2023. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. We've got time for one more quick question. This will be the last. Councillor Hume, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. My question, like Councillor Hamblets, relates to the GMCA meeting held on the 27th of November 2020, and it is again item GMCA 188/20 bus reform. And Councillor Fielding's already alluded to it, but yesterday we saw the announcement that the GMCA has voted to recommend the implementation of a franchising model for Greater Manchester's bus network. Please can the leader let us know what this change will mean for the people of Saddleworth North and Oldham as a whole, who have seen services cut back under the current system and have been let down by private companies for far too long?
Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hume, for his very relevant question. The decision is due to be made by the Mayor by the end of the day tomorrow, I believe, and he is correct that the Greater Manchester Combined Authority leaders voted in favour of the recommendations to franchise, and the decision is now with the Mayor. One person that did not vote in support of the recommendations was the Conservative leader of Bolton, who would clearly prefer for our bus network to remain fragmented, expensive, unreliable and unaccountable in its current form. Councillor Hume is right to highlight that Saddleworth has suffered in particular, or certainly earlier than any other part of the borough, in terms of bus service cuts. We've seen cuts to services to Diggle, we've seen cuts to services to Greenfield, we've seen the reduction in the frequency of the service to Huddersfield through the Saddleworth villages. And more recently, though, those cuts have begun to spread to places that aren't even that far from Manchester city centre, and you would expect to be more commercially viable. So Woodhouses, not far from where I live, and in the ward neighbouring where I represent, has no bus service from no daytime Sunday bus service or evening bus service any longer. It just has a peak bus service. Services have been withdrawn from Durka. In East Oldham, services are being withdrawn all over the borough when operators can't make the profits that they want. If the Mayor chooses to proceed with the franchising model, then it will mean that it will bring bus services back under the control of locally elected and accountable politicians. We will be able to set the routes, set the fares, set the vehicle standards, set the timetables, and also, as I said to Councillor Hamblett, even set the colour that the buses are painted. So this is a model that has never been disestablished in London. In London, a single bus fare is around £1.50. Try getting from Failsworth to Manchester for much change out of a £5 note. You'll really struggle. So this is a decision that I hope that the Mayor will take. It will mean that we can reinstate in time many of the routes that have been lost over the years and deliver true accountability back to our bus network. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. So we move on to item 10, notice of administration business. Motion 1. I call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Chatterton to second the motion. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This next motion is one that I sincerely wish there was no need for us to be bringing before Council tonight. I find it really sad that racism and hate crime is still an issue in our society, not just in Oldham, but across the UK. 20 years ago, Deputy Madam Mayor, our town hit the headlines as a result of the riots and the resulting report into community cohesion. At the heart of that report was the need to drive cohesion, understanding and respect between all communities in Oldham and other areas across the UK. We have no doubt undoubtedly moved on massively in the last 2 decades. A huge amount of work has been done to bring people from different faiths, cultures and communities together. We've seen this in the heartwarming collective response to the coronavirus pandemic, with people from all communities working side by side for the good of Oldham as a whole. But despite that progress, we can probably all unfortunately think of times in the last 12 months where some people, and I stress some, a minority, have sought to drive a division between communities in Oldham, have sought to make others believe that Muslims are somehow other, not part of the same community, not holding the same values, that there is a different experience of living in Oldham and accessing services dependent on your religion or ethnicity. This plainly isn't true, but is jumped upon by those wishing to divide us. We absolutely have to do more collectively to challenge and address these views, to bring them out in the open and to call them out for what they are, racist, plain and simple. You may look at this motion and think, but that's just words. How can adopting a definition, a form of words, address underlying prejudice and hatred? The answer is that it can't do that on its own, but it's one important step that we have to make as a town. If we can collectively agree what Islamophobia is in the same proud way we did with anti-Semitism in 2017, we can identify it, we can shine a light on it, and we can condemn it unequivocally. In the future, I sincerely hope that the minority who seek to divide are changed, that they understand that we are one community with a shared desire to make Oldham a great place to live and raise our families. Until then, we must continue to work to change their minds, to educate and to engage. This definition will provide us with a strong base for us to do that from. That's why I stand before you today to move that we, as Oldham Council, adopt the working definition of Islamophobia as set out by the All-Party Parliamentary Group for British Muslims. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Chatterton to second.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I speak to second this motion. It is quite clear that as a non-Muslim, I can't speak tonight on my own personal experiences of being a target of Islamophobia. But actually, I don't think that matters, because much of this is about what non-Muslims do or don't do. Oldham is a culturally rich and ethnically diverse town, and this should be a source of pride. It makes me proud to know that my daughter will go to school with children who may not look like her, whose backgrounds will be different to hers, and whose cultural practices may also be different to hers. But I have no doubt that my child and all our children and grandchildren will be richer and more rounded people for these experiences. Last year we had a motion to council about police brutality against people of black and minority ethnic backgrounds, and we said at the time the onus is on non-BAME communities to call this out. The same with the Me Too and the Reclaim the Streets movements, which is not just a woman's issue, and it's exactly the same with Islamophobia. We will only root out prejudice and racism in society if all the good, decent people stand up and say enough's enough. It's no longer enough just to say you aren't a racist, and we need to be louder at calling out discrimination and challenging this where we see it. Whilst it's a source of pride that we are living in a culturally diverse town, it should also be a source of shame that in 2021 we need a motion like this. History is littered with conflicts where people have been divided, be it on race, religious, gender or other grounds, and this never, ever, ever ends positively. And it concerns me that we are not heeding what has come before. Society should be more liberal and more tolerant as time goes on, and that isn't happening. Things in many ways are beginning to get progressively worse. When I see some things that are said or written, particularly on social media, it disgusts me that people can post such hate and say such vile things with no fear of recourse. All this is obviously not helped having a government who stoke the politics of division to suit their agenda. I hope Council support this motion, and I will finish by saying this. Members don't need me to recite to them the famous First They Came poem, but I think we should all reflect on the words of that, Because while today may be about Islam, tomorrow it will be about something else. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? I have Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I speak to support the motion. In considering what to include in my speech, I really struggle because we have 4 minutes and there is so much that can be said on the subject of Islamophobia. With this being an Oldham Council motion and with previous attempts by far-right groups to divide our communities, I thought it prudent to keep the speech local. The media does need to take responsibility for the negative narrative about Muslims they espouse, as do the social media platforms for allowing misinformation, disinformation and outright lies to go unchallenged. However, Madam Deputy Mayor, as individuals, we have no control over these things. What we do have control over is ourselves. Rather than blindly believe or fall into a hateful narrative, we need to challenge, ask questions, look things up and actually speak to some Muslims if we feel we have questions that need answering. If we don't, we end up sitting in isolation, creating a false perception of a people, dehumanizing that group, and actually begin to accept that should physical harm or even death fall upon these people, not only is it acceptable, but actually a duty that needs to be carried out. And this is the potential impact on those that are not naturally filled with hate. You won't see many positive stories in the media because positivity doesn't sell. Negativity does. So let me do what the media hates to do, and that is share some positive stories during the pandemic. I personally have been contacted by numerous Muslim charities, Muslim businesses and Muslim individuals over the past 12 months, asking me for help and advice or for the contact details of another charity. To name a few, the Greengate Trust located in my ward have prepared food parcels and fresh food for local, predominantly non-Muslim residents. I have helped them distribute to different parts of the borough. Oldham Green Hill Community Sports and Recreation Club have also worked collaboratively with non-Muslim groups to get food parcels to non-Muslim residents and children, including targeted food parcel delivery to the most deprived areas. UKEF, a local charity run by a local Muslim husband and wife that helps the poor, destitute, refugees, victims of domestic violence and so many others, have worked tirelessly with non-Muslim partners to help the most vulnerable in our society. Having volunteered for UKEF myself, I've seen the broad range of citizens they assist with no criteria attached as to who can be assisted. Then there are the numerous businesses, including my good friend Said Maroof Ali, who runs a takeaway. When he realised that the government wouldn't be providing free meals over the holiday period, he called me and said that he wanted to help. With his family and staff, they prepared and distributed hundreds of free meals for our children, regardless of faith or race. Muslim children volunteer in all the groups I've mentioned. I've named ensuring values of charity are instilled in the future generations. The examples I've given, Madam Deputy Mayor, highlight a fundamental point, more fundamental than the topic of the motion. The point is humanity. The faith of Islam is for adoption by humans. It helps cultivate, grow and strengthen that humanity. And this is the point, Madam Deputy Mayor. Humanity encompasses humans, which is all of us. We will always have a minority in our society that are filled with hate, but that's exactly what they are, a minority. For the rest of us, we need to be open and honest with each other and work together to make Oldham a better place and to make the world a better place. This is already happening in Oldham. Let's come together and make it grow. I support the motion and urge you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Al Hamdani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And thank you, everyone who's spoken so far. I really appreciate your words. Thank you. I'd actually like to start by referring back to something that Councillor Chatterton said at the start of this, where she said that she's not a Muslim and therefore it's difficult for her to speak on this. I'm not a Muslim, and yet I get Islamophobic attacks on me because of my background. And that just goes to show the idiocy of that kind of attack. It's not based on any kind of sense. You know, it's not logical. It doesn't work. And as my father keeps reminding me, actually, ethnically, I'm a Semite. I come from the tribe of Shem. So, you know, am I going to get attacked by anti-Semitists? But I'm not, you know, people are individuals, and you cannot judge any individual by the group that they're in, or more importantly, by the worst of the group that they're in. You know, we are all, everyone here in this council chamber, everyone here in this town, we're all members of hundreds of groups, hundreds of collectives. Each one is different, and you can't judge any individual here on the basis of the behaviour of one person in that group. You know, why not judge them on the best of the behaviour of someone of that group? Why are we not looking to say that the examples that Councillor Shade gave of all those great things that people in our community are doing who happen to be Muslim? Well, wonderful. Let's celebrate that, and let's judge people on the. If we can judge a person on the best that they can be, we always should. You know, it comes down to respect. It really does. You know, have respect for every individual that you deal with. You know, it's sad, as it's been said before, it's sad that we're having to define these, but it is important that we define these. It's important that we put this bar down and we say this is not acceptable. But let's look at this and let's support the motion and let's take this forward and make sure this is adopted, not just in Oldham, that this is adopted everywhere. And let's go out and let's celebrate everybody for the best that they can be, because that's what we all want. Thank you, and I applaud you for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Hamdani. Councillor Hamlet.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I was unmuting myself. I'd also like to support this, and thank you very much to Councillor Chatterton for mentioning at first they came forward, because whilst I may be a white cis man, I've known prejudice myself, both being autistic with special educational needs and being an openly gay man. I know what it's like to be shunned by a wider community, or even by those who you thought you loved and trust. So just think who will be left to speak if there is no one else. I hear and I feel the pain when I see folks posting such horrible comments on social media, or even at times saying them in public or in murmuring. As a local champion of peace, I hope that one day we could put hate aside and learn the difference and similarities that does not involve intolerance, hate, in violence and extreme harm towards individuals or groups. As my colleague, Councillor Al-Hamdani, has just said, we're all individuals from different backgrounds. This nation is a mixed, diverse nation. It's a mongrel nation. It's made up like a Heinz baked beans tin. It's from hundreds of different backgrounds, right, all the way from since its existence. And basically what I'm just saying is I absolutely wholly support this motion and I welcome it, because I just think you'll never find you know, something more true to say that we need to start supporting each other and not chucking you know, stones at each other. I think finally we need to be a little bit more respectful. So thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlet. Councillor Akhtar, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I wasn't thinking of speaking today, but Amanda's and Aruji's sort of contribution reminded me of some of the incidents that I've personally experienced in the past. I mean, obviously, Islamophobia has increased over the last decade or so, basically because of the comments made by our Prime Minister Boris Johnson and ex-President Trump themselves, and their comments haven't actually helped but fueled Islamophobia, like I said, over the last couple of decades. But my first experience of Islamophobia was back in 1993 when I was a graduate at Bradford University. I was personally denied a work placement opportunity by an employer based on my religion. And that was my first experience. Prior to that, obviously, I was racial discrimination based on my ethnicity. But in terms of religion, that was my first sort of experience of it. And it wasn't nice. The only reason I actually found out was because I had a friend working for the same organization. And obviously, one of the managers didn't actually know that he was a Muslim because he was black and I was Asian. she sort of happened to mention to him the fact that I didn't actually take this individual on was because he was a Muslim, and secondly, he was part of some Islamic society at the university. And I thought, she didn't take me on just because of that. And I was actually glad at the time that they didn't take me on. But I didn't forget about it. I actually took it up with the university, and I said to him, hold on, this is not acceptable, and you shouldn't be sending anybody to that particular employer. And they actually took that on board, and it didn't happen. It's actually a shame that such things still happen in our society. And it's about time that we all stood up to it, well, regardless of which religion we belong to. And I'm quite glad that Aru just decided to bring this motion to the council tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. Does Councillor Shah wish to reply?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, I do. And unfortunately, the experiences that we've just heard from Councillor Akhtar are far too common within our community. But I would like to thank everybody tonight for their input and their responses. It's heartening to see the passion and commitment that those in the chamber have to tackling Islamophobia and all forms of racism and hate. Oldham proudly has a rich history of people from different backgrounds and cultures living and working together. However, we do know that there are groups of people that are marginalised and who are more likely to face inequality and discrimination than others, just like we just heard from Councillor Akhtar. As a Muslim woman, Madam Deputy Mayor, I could talk about the times that me, my family, my friends have faced outright racism, comments from people in the street, name calling, and obvious differential treatment that we just know is because of our race, our religion, or our colour. I could talk about the online abuse that I receive as a Muslim woman. My intentions and activities are held to a much greater degree of scrutiny and criticism than my peers. Similarly, my fellow Muslim women are under even greater scrutiny for their clothing than the normal standards that all women are held to. For example, if we wear a hijab, we must be oppressed, forced to wear it against our own free will rather than simply making a choice about our own clothing. I could talk about the experiences my community face with services where their concerns or issues aren't always taken as seriously or aren't dealt with in a culturally sensitive way. I could talk about the different standards Muslims are held to generally, using COVID as an example. All too often during the pandemic, we have had people stating that high case numbers in our South Asian communities were about compliance and behaviour, while other areas with high cases faced no such criticism at all. Their behaviours were never questioned either. I could talk about the unfairness endemic in our media of using the acts of individuals to tarnish a whole community and a whole religion. I could point out the stark disproportionality between the way religion is referenced in reports of crime in Muslim communities versus crimes reported by those from other communities. I could also talk about the many times we raise these issues and they are met with disbelief or complacency. I could fill all evenings, if truth be told, with my own and other examples of Islamophobia and prejudice. But thankfully, I can also talk about the many people in Oldham who understand these challenges and are, like many people, well, most people across the chamber tonight, are committed to making it better. Just one example, if I could share, Deputy Madam Mayor, is recently myself and others from the community raised with our health services concerns that at times their experiences of accessing those vital services showed a lack of cultural understanding, and that this was leading to feelings of mistrust between local people and their services at a time where they needed them more than ever. Immediately, the healthcare system acknowledged this feedback and agreed to address it. As a result, we will be launching very soon a cultural competency commission, which will aim to use local people to shape services that meet their needs. This will cover the needs of our Muslim community, but also other groups like our Black African community, our LGBT community, and those with learning disabilities. This shows that where the issue is acknowledged and action is taken, we can make real progress. We believe, Deputy Madam Mayor, that the people of Oldham want to live in a place that is committed to fairness and equality of opportunity. A town that tackles discrimination and prejudice, helping communities come together and celebrating all our differences. I hope that by moving this motion, we can take another important step in stamping out racism and discrimination in all its forms. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote will now be taken. That appears to be unanimously carried. Thank you, everybody. We now move on to the second motion. Councillor Chatterton, did you want to say something beforehand?
Yes, in the chat I put I should have declared a pecuniary interest.
Okay, that's noted.
Is that noted? Is that okay? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, no, you remembered in time. Thank you very much. So I call upon Councillor Stretton to move and Councillor Goodwin to second the motion.
Thank you. I am speaking tonight to propose a motion calling for a proper pay increase for council and school workers, fully funded by the national government. During 10 years of so-called austerity, the pay of these workers has fallen by approximately 23% in real terms. The trade unions GMB, Unison and Unite called for a 10% increase for these workers last year. Eventually, they were awarded 2.75%. That does not even begin to address the long-term erosion of school and local government workers' pay. Many of the workers who would benefit most from a 10% increase are the very people that the government identifies as key workers, and many of them are paid not much more than the national living wage of £8.91 per hour. Also, the erosion of local government pay disproportionately affects women because they make up more than 75% of the workforce. Local councils up and down the country have been forced to cut services as they have lost 900,000 jobs since 2010. This is a direct result of government reducing the funding to councils by 60% since then. Furthermore, despite initially stating that councils would be fully reimbursed for spending whatever it takes to fight the COVID pandemic, this language has now shifted to talk of sharing the burden. This means further uncertainty of the future of local government finance. Trade unions recognise that councils cannot fund a 10% increase from existing resources. The unions and this motion call on the government to fully fund a 10% pay increase in April 2021. And we cannot accept another ruse like the one imposed by national government on local government to fund adult social care. The government say that they have allowed us to increase council tax by 2% each year for several years now. We would say that they have forced us to do that. To be absolutely clear, we are not seeking permission to shift even more of the burden that should be carried by Westminster onto the council taxpayers of Oldham. We are demanding that national government fully funds a 10% uplift in pay for council and school workers. The workers who have enabled our vital services to continue during the last 12 months of COVID deserve our support in their call for a fair pay settlement. I urge every elected member in this virtual chamber tonight to support them and this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin to second, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The first point I'd like to clarify, if I may, is that schools and councils didn't close on March 23rd, 2020. They've remained open and their staff have continued to provide quality services while adopting the way that they work. Council workers could not be furloughed, and where their role could not be carried out, they were redeployed to other roles to help deal with the pandemic. Schools remained open, providing learning for vulnerable children and for those of key workers, whilst adapting how they provide that learning for children who could not attend school. Our school workers were instrumental in that, and I'd like to publicly take this opportunity to say thank you to them for that. We all know that we've been blighted by austerity since 2010, introduced by George Osborne and now extended by Rishi Sunak, with pay freeze after pay freeze after pay freeze for public sector workers. But prices in the shops and the cost of utilities that they need didn't freeze. No, the cost of living has continued to rise. So let me give you some examples. Your refuse collector, real change in pay, down over 14% since 2010. Your teaching assistants, real change in pay, down nearly 20% since 2010. Your residential care workers, real change in pay, down 23% since 2010, and your social workers, down over 24% since 2010. And now, after the clapping has stopped, the silence from the Chancellor in his spring budget on public sector pay was deafening. After doling out billions in contracts to their chums, this government must provide a substantial pay award to the very staff who have worked so hard, putting themselves and their families at risk to get us through this pandemic. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Does anybody wish to speak? I have Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I do wish to speak on this motion. So, upon initially reading this motion, I was somewhat taken aback by the narrow margins that this motion makes. However, on reflection, as a council, we need to support our staff, and there's no doubt that since the public sector pay freeze between 2011 and 12, followed by capped awards of 1% until 2018, with an average inflation rate of 2.58% per annum since then, in real terms up to 2020, public sector pay has increased at a significantly lower rate than inflation. And I've read estimates of around £7,000 per employee per annum on average currently. I'm only glad that this council decided to accept the proposal from the Liberal Democrat opposition group to become an accredited national living wage employer, as this gave our lowest paid employees a significant uplift in pay, and this action has gone some way towards insulating many employees somewhat against this inflation increase, but it is not enough. Only those workers who fall into the living wage gap benefit, whereas other employees just above the living wage threshold are no better off than any other public sector worker, and there's a group of workers that are considerably worse off in real terms. It can be argued that our most needy and vulnerable employees at the bottom end of the pay scale have been somewhat protected, whereas the group of employees just above that threshold and beyond, some of whom are very skilled in what they do, have not, and they are suffering as a result. So on that basis, we support this motion. This motion, however, cannot be about increasing the pay of chief officers. If it was, we would vote against it. But as a group, the Liberal Democrats recognise the imbalance that has continued for our staff post-2016, which was because of a low inflation rates prior to this significantly cushioned financial hardship to workers. And those aren't my words, those are an independent financial report that I've read in researching the response to the motion. It would, however, be remiss of this council in agreeing this motion not to recognise what happened in the last budget and call out our anger at the way that this particular public pay sector pay, especially for our NHS staff, has been affected. 1% for NHS staff. 1% for spending the last year risking their lives to save lives, including the Prime Minister's, when a 2.6% pay rise was widely expected. 0% for public sector workers, including teachers, police, firefighters, the armed forces, all of whom have been out there day in, day out, at risk, and on occasions dying to protect others. None of this, however, can be achieved without new money, and we wholeheartedly agree with the notion to call upon central government to properly fund this council that will allow us to recognise the work and commitment of our workers and therefore reward them so that they're not worse off than they were 10 years ago. And I would ask that we all support this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jenny, you're on mute.
Talking to Paul. Sorry, yeah, I have Councillor Williamson, but we're getting very short of time on item 10, so if you can keep it brief, please, Councillor Williamson.
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, you took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say I'll be brief. Other employees not working in local government have been forced to stay at home and not work due to furlough, getting 80% of their salary paid by the government. Our staff have been staying at home but continue to work in these challenging times in very different ways. They have been deployed to different departments and even directorates to help with the pandemic. Some must certainly have felt like headless chickens at the very beginning, because nobody knew what this pandemic was going to do and how long it would be. Working differently can be exciting but exhausting, and I believe while staff have found it stressful, they have been there for our residents and helped them through these difficult times. Local government workers and school workers in our borough go above and beyond the call of duty, and I support the essence of the motion for a fully funded and proper pay rise for council and staff workers, but I'm not sure it is within my right to encourage anyone to join a union. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll have to move back to Councillor Stretton now. Do you wish to reply?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I indicated some time ago that I'd like to speak on this item. I put it in the chat.
I apologise.
I'm quite happy to be brief if that means that Councillor Jabbar can make a contribution.
I'll be brief, Madam Mayor, but I did.
See it in the chat. Ah, sorry, yes. Yeah, well, we'd already more or less come to the end of the time when you said you wanted to speak.
No, Madam Mayor, I indicated before that, if you look, okay, after Chris has indicated, I put in the chat that I wanted to speak. If somebody can please check the chat.
Yeah, apologies if that was missed you. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll be brief given the time. Obviously, I support this motion. I just wanted to concentrate on 3 key points. Firstly, there's been real cut for these public sector workers over the last 10 years. At the same time, their workload has increased due to the overall reduction in council workforce. So in the case of Oldham, Madam Deputy Mayor, we've lost more than 1/3 of the workforce over the last 10 years. Secondly, local government workers worked over and above the course of duty, putting themselves and their family at risk to support the national effort against COVID-19 and protected our community here in Oldham and kept them going. Thirdly, Madam Deputy Mayor, some of these public sector workers are on low pay, despite us paying the living wage, and they rely on welfare benefits to make ends meet. I know people who work for the council, but they're in receipt of universal credit to top up their household income. This isn't simply fair, Madam Mayor, and acceptable at this day and age. So we must ask the government to fund a decent pay increase for these workers, because it is vital that we do support all these people, especially during this pandemic and the work they've done to protect our community. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I did find it. You indicated just before the last vote, and I think it hit it. So thank you. Right, Councillor Stretton, you're right to reply.
Obviously, I'll be brief. It's clear that there's a unanimous support for this move to reward our key workers, and I thank the people in the chamber for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stretton. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote will be taken. Thank you. That motion is carried. Item 11, notice of opposition business. I call on Councillor Sykes to move and Councillor Williamson to second the motion. Councillor Sykes, please. Have we got Councillor Sykes?
Madam Mayor, I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Right, the floor is yours, Councillor.
Wrestling with the technology. Madam Mayor, I rise to propose the motion in front of you about a tax on excess online profits. and call on the UK government to introduce a tax on those excess profits for those trading online. Now, as a free marketeer, unlike many in this chamber, profits and growth are not a bad thing, but something to be welcomed. During the last year, online businesses in the UK have been operating to a completely different set of rules to those of our high streets and elsewhere and our district centres. For many of them, COVID-19 has meant that business has never been better. In fact, business has boomed for some. Lockdown has meant that customers have turned more and more to their computer screens to shop. The pandemic has certainly accelerated the move towards virtual rather than high street shopping, and as customers have been unable to shop in person because their favourite stores have been forced to close or have not felt safe to do so. According to figures just released by the local data company, which carried out research for the accountancy business PricewaterhouseCoopers, 17,532 chain store outlets have disappeared for good across the UK since March 2020. The impact is not just the immediate loss of jobs at each store, which in itself is tragic and is especially pronounced amongst our young workers and our women workers. It has a knock-on effect on the supply chain for those stores. Lockdown has also had a massive impact on our leisure and hospitality businesses, with 48 closed permanently every day, according to the same report. At the same time, online retailers like our mega food supermarkets and the infamous Amazon have used COVID as a jumpstart to continue along their track to world business domination. Amazon, for example, in September last year, reported that profits in its UK division rose 35%. In just 1 year to nearly 102 million and almost £3 billion worth of sales. Jeff Bezos, Amazon's chief executive, was an happy man, as his stock option made him worth the same as a small country, or maybe I should say a large country, at 155 billion. Now, I'm not saying that we don't want thriving businesses in the UK. We most certainly do. These businesses bring jobs, they bring innovation, they bring wealth. But we want them to pay their fair share in taxes, especially at a time when they have benefited so richly, whilst others have suffered so badly. Amazon UK Services paid 14.46 million in corporation tax in 2019, up from 14 million the year before, and it is our view that they could and should pay more. At a time of national crisis, when our key national and local services, the NHS and public authorities, as we've heard earlier tonight, are facing greater financial strain in responding to the pandemic, and when the very future of our high streets, our shops, our restaurants, our pubs is in such jeopardy, a tax on excess profits is not new. In the First World War and the Second, Great Britain placed an additional tax burden on companies profiting from those conflicts. COVID-19 has been the worst peacetime crisis this country has faced in the 70-year post-war period, and we're not over it yet. The UK government has borrowed hundreds of billions to fund the response, rightly so I might add, but we will all ultimately pay for it. Humble taxpayers and small businesses are shouldering their element of the burden. It's now time for our big commercial operators to making seriously big money from online sales to shoulder theirs. In its defence, Amazon stoically says, we pay all taxes required in the UK and every country we operate in. The chief executive of the Fair Tax Mark campaign group disputes this, stating in the national press, contrived financial arrangements lie at the heart of Amazon's success. For now, let's give Amazon the benefit of the doubt, in which case I'd say, I'm glad to hear it, but you and your ilk should pay more. I'd urge your council to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sykes. And Councillor Williamson to second, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Profiteering typically carries a strong negative connotation, and rightly so in this case, because it's about commodities, or really the lack of commodities, and about people and big businesses making large amounts of money. Profits from us all, with many of those who are not key workers on furlough, Money was and is tight, and even more so for those who lost their jobs. And if we've just heard previously, the local government workers and school workers, small businesses just can't compete with those who are profiteering from a worldwide pandemic. At the very beginning of the very first lockdown, there were queues everywhere for everything from toilet roll to flour and everything in between. Whilst many people were already using the internet for shopping prior to the pandemic, it was not for everybody. At the very beginning, we probably all remember the nurse crying in her car because she couldn't get food because they'd just taken all the stuff off the shelves. The queues have been just so long, and as soon as government mentioned lockdown, the shelves were bare and droves went onto the internet when they couldn't find things in the shops. It's still not just about key workers, but everyone, to new mums and to OOPs. Everyone struggled. And like I say, people then turned to the internet en masse because only essential shops were allowed to stay open. Non-essential shops online weren't stopped from opening, but on the high street there were. Small high street businesses have closed in abundance, and big businesses have too. No more Debenhams, go outdoors, open furniture lounge, all because everything moved online. Some have modified the way they work. Next, for example, everything online, but you can collect from the store for free. But I'm sure they'll be moving more online again. So everything moves online. And then those giants, whether national or international, profit. We've gone through 3 lockdowns, and each time small businesses have closed because they just cannot cope with the big national or international businesses. Some big companies have given their grants back to the government after claiming furlough. Good on them, but others have not, and that is why they should now help out by being taxed for the additional profits they made during the time other businesses were unable to trade, despite proving that they could work within the government guidelines provided to protect their customers and themselves from this horrendous pandemic. I urge you to support this motion and try to get the support from the other 9 AGM members, as well as our 3 MPs. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? I have Councillor Harkness. Calling Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I rise to support this motion. Councillor Sykes has already quoted some figures. I want to just quote a couple more. That in the UK, Amazon paid £61.7 million of tax over the last 20 years on sales of £7 billion. That was even before the pandemic. So that's 0.8%. You compare that with a company like Marks and Spencer's, who paid £65.4 million last year on and 3.3 billion over the last 20 years. Now, Councillor Sykes has already mentioned that during the pandemic, Amazon's profits rose by 35%, but that only meant that they paid an extra 3% of tax. Other online businesses are also not paying their fair share. At the same time, we have seen many retail businesses collapse and the loss of many jobs. This is not a level playing field, and these tax rules are out of date and do not reflect recent changes in trading. The pandemic is going to leave a huge hole in public finances, which will have an impact for years to come. You'll likely see some Conservative MPs that will point to universal credit, and some citing things like benefit fraud as a way of reducing support for the most vulnerable to cut costs. We don't want that. We don't want them to look at further cuts to local councils, years of public sector pay freezes, cuts to welfare, and bigger tax burdens on those on lower incomes. What we need them to do is point to those with the broadest shoulders and not squeeze those with very little. What this pandemic has shown is that we need to change things and adapt to the new ways of working. That means tax systems also need to adapt to the online trading by a tax on excess online profits. Many businesses have suffered, and we should protect and support the with tax breaks for small businesses who are going to find it hard to reopen. Where we have seen the loss of many household names in the last 18 months, we we have seen many online businesses receive bumper profits. It is those who need to pay their fair share to help balance the books. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkness. I call on Councillor Ahmad, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I wish to speak for the motion, not because it's an important subject and very timely, but it's now become an absolute necessity to deal with this issue here and now, before the high street shops get totally hollowed out. We've seen the demise of likes of Debenhams and other Arcadia Group major high street names who were struggling before the COVID-19 and with the lockdown saw their future completely destroyed. Amazon and other online retailers had a 20% share of the retail business before the pandemic. This has now risen to 30% and continues to rise. Madam Deputy Mayor, you cannot expect high street retailers to see their business fall by 30% and survive by paying the same amounts of rates, business rates, rent, and other overheads and payroll with 30% less revenue and survive. These high street traders need a level playing field, but they're having to compete with one hand tied behind their back. The consortium of British retailers wrote to the Chancellor before the budget to levy online sales tax. This is not a new demand. This is a tax which was promised as early as 2014 by then Chancellor George Osborne. Yet, 4 chancellors later, we are still waiting. This is a tax which could be and should be used to reform business rates. This is a tax which I and others have spoken about in the council chamber many times before. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't think this will be the last time today that we are speaking about it. The tech giants, or Silicon 6 as they're called, are making their money here in United Kingdom and laughing all the way to Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Cayman Islands and other tax havens. According to the Manchester-based Fair Taxmark organization that Howard Sachs referred to, these Silicon giants, Silicon 6 have avoided $100 billion tax in last decade. In 2018, after a huge public outcry, Google paid £67 million in corporation tax. France, with much lesser economies, much smaller economy than the UK, recovered $200 million. If we had a level playing field, they should have paid tax bill 24 times higher. And that tax, if properly was paid, would have allowed us to recruit 40,000 additional nurses for the NHS. It's a colossal loss of revenue to the public purse. The resolution referred to negotiations and were going on at United Nations and EU. Good luck to them. I don't have much high hope because these tech Silicon 6 have got billions of dollars of lobbying money. They spent something like 1,000 million just in the US in 1 year lobbying for their favors. So we're on to nothing. Other issue is that this Silicon 6 have combined wealth of $5 trillion, which is more than Germany, UK, France, India, and whole of Africa put together. So it's a no mean task, but we do need the action and we need it now. Madam Deputy Mayor, there's a direct correlation between the rise of online sales and decline of high street shops. Government needs to act and needs to act now. We need this motion for levelling up the competition. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmad. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm speaking in support of this motion. The condition of local high streets is often linked to the amount of pride that people have in their communities, and as we've seen the death and decline of the high street and the loss of particularly independent retailers, we see people lose their sense of place and identity. And I know that it is a particular challenge for independent retailers and small businesses, as has been outlined by previous speakers, to compete with the online giants who can operate their businesses virtually in more favourable tax locations so that they pay less and there is not a genuine level playing field between online and high street retailers. And so I support the motion that calls for a windfall tax. Now, as we've discussed earlier on in this meeting, the council here under the Labour Party is very keen to attempt to regenerate our high streets in Oldham and reinvent them. We are looking at a range of different ways that includes increasing the number of hospitality and leisure businesses, providing more workspace in the town centre to generate footfall for the retail businesses that do remain. But it's right to say, in the phrase that Councillor Ahmad used, that we have one of our hands tied behind our back as we try to do this, for as long as the market remains unfavourable towards retailers that want to have a physical base on the high street in order to serve their customers. And actually, this is a measure that has support, widespread support of the British public, of all political persuasions, because polling was conducted on the idea of a windfall tax on online profits between the 23rd and 25th of February. 44% of people said they would strongly support the move, and a further 27% said that they would somewhat support it. So that's more than 70% of support. And bizarrely, and I did find this particularly odd because they're not normally the people that are most enthusiastic about levying taxes, support was higher amongst those who voted Conservative. 75% of people that voted Conservative support this idea, 75% Liberal Democrats and 72% from our side. So it has support across the political spectrum. It's something that will support us to rebuild our high streets and genuinely level the playing field so that we see fewer casualties in the future. Now, I know that the resolution asks for support from across Greater Manchester, from the MPs and from the leaders of the other 9 authorities and the Mayor. I would be happy to discuss this with my colleagues at Greater Manchester, and I'm sure they will be supportive. Whilst there are some who pretend that the challenges that the High Street have faced are isolated to Oldham and the responsibility of the council, if you go into the Arndale in Manchester, Debenhams is gone. Well, if you go to Market Street in Manchester, Debenhams has gone from there too. If you go in the Arndale, Topshop has gone from there too. Debenhams was an anchor tenant in Stockport, so everywhere is facing these same sorts of challenges. And I don't doubt that I will get the support of leaders from across Greater Manchester in calling for the windfall tax that this motion is demanding tonight. So happy to support this motion, and I'm sure that many of those across the chamber from all parties will do too, on the basis of that polling.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Sykes, do you wish to reply?
Very briefly, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to thank the members for their contributions. It's nice to have Councillor Ahmed for once on the same side as me, or me on the same side as him. And I think, just to summarise the points they've made, which I think were all valid, Councillor Harkness, my colleague Councillor Williamson in secondary, Councillor Harkness, as the alternative to putting taxes up, whatever taxes they might be, are more cuts to public services. And that's the straight message. Councillor Ahmed is right. This isn't just about the high street being hollowed out, it's about the people. And at one stage, the high street used to make a lot of money for people, and that's why business rates were so high. But that isn't necessarily the case now. This is about how the market and the economy has moved, and therefore there's a new section of wealth where income is generated and it needs to be appropriately taxed. And I'm very pleased Councillor Fielding will take this forward and discuss it with his colleagues. And without any further ado, Madam Mayor, I suggest we go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote, and there it is on your screen. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you. Motion 2. I've had notification that Councillor Al-Hamdani wishes to amend the motion. Councillor Al-Hamdani, can you outline the amendment? Is this seconded by Councillor Gloucester? Well, you go ahead first, Councillor Al-Hamdani, and tell us what the amendment is.
It's a slight amendment to the first substantive point. It's putting in a timetable for writing to the Secretary of State for the end of the financial year, as that's when the funds that the motion refers to start tapering off. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll second that, Madam
You'll
Mayor.
second that. Okay, thank you. So does council agree the amendment? It'll be signified without any discussion. Is there any dissent to accepting the amendment? Okay, thank you very much. So I call on Councillor Hamdani to move the motion as amended.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a fairly straightforward motion, and it would be very easy to go into the politics of the European Union, but I don't want to do that because that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about what's come afterwards. And this is something very simple. The Conservative Party, currently led by Boris Johnson, promised to consult with communities on how we were going to bring this money back to our communities. And I really heartily support the idea of more, funding coming to communities that need it, whether that's Oldham, whether that's across deprived communities in Wales, in Northern Ireland. These are the communities that are being affected by the lack of this funding, and therefore it's really important that that these funds come into place. They're effective from day one, and that means talking to the people in those communities about how this is going to be delivered. Now we've seen. Promised I wasn't going to go into Europe. But we've seen what's happening down in Kent. We've seen what's happening in terms of dropping off trade levels. That comes from a lack of organisation. That comes from not being ready. Now, this consultation on this funding, which is supposed to come in, was supposed to happen 3 years ago. So this is nothing to do with coronavirus. This is something that was supposed to happen way before that, and it's not been delivered. Now, I would suggest that the Prime Minister, currently Boris Johnson, would not be the Prime Minister were it not for a massive consultation that happened with the British public, which made a decision which led to this funding being needed to replace the European funding. So why is he not prepared to consult with the people of this country, to find out where this funding needs to go, to speak to the people in the communities that are affected, to speak to politicians representing those communities, to find out how it needs to be delivered? You can't have consultation when it suits you and not when it doesn't. So come back to us, please. It's really important that we get this funding in place, that we can use it effectively. So the whole point of this motion is, please, deliver what you promised for once. Talk to us. Let's get this funding sorted out. Let's deliver, because apparently Brexit was done. Well, until we get these things in place, until we start delivering for our communities, it's not. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris Closs, just a second.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I rise to second the motion. First of all, I'll thank Councillor Sam Al-Hamdani for eloquently explaining the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I appreciate it's not the most gripping subject of the night, but it's probably one that will have a lot of impact on Oldham, or at least we hope it do. So what has this got to do with Oldham? What effect will the fund have on Oldham, and what significance will it have on making Oldham a better place to live, to work and to socialise? The aims of the fund will first target places most in need across the UK, such as ex-industrial areas, deprived towns and rural and coastal communities, and prioritise investment in people through initiatives such as work-based training and other local support such as early years. Investments in communities and place, including cultural and sporting facilities, civic, green and rural infrastructure, community-owned assets, neighbourhood and housing improvements, town centre and transport improvements, and digital connectivity. Investment for local business, which includes support for innovation, green and tech adaptation, tailored to local needs. And then a second portion of the fund will be targeted at people most in need through bespoke employment and skills programmes that are tailored to local need. This would support improved employment outcomes for those in and out of work in specific cohorts of people who face labour market barriers. So having said that, hopefully, with those words, I don't need to explain much more. It almost seems that the aims of this fund were written with Oldham in mind, hence the need to lobby government so that this public consultation takes place as soon as possible, and that we fully participate in the consultation and ensure that Oldham benefits from this fund. So I ask you colleagues to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the vote, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Gill.
Agreed.
Do members agree to move to the vote on this?
Agreed.
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 Thank you. There'll be an electronic vote on the motion.
For council, we're going to vote on the closure motion first. To vote on the closure motion. And then Councillor Alan Dean's got the right to reply.
Sorry, I can't.
We've got to vote on the closure motion first, and then Councillor Hamdani's got the right to reply.
Vote.
But it was just people shouting out the name, but it just...
Sorry, colleagues. We should have voted first on closing the motion, and then Councillor Al-Hamdani would have had a reply, right to reply. So please, can you vote again on closure, whether you agree with the closure of the motion or not? That is carried. So, Councillor Hamdani, do you wish to reply?
There hasn't been anything to reply to, so thank you very much, and we can move to the vote.
Okay, thank you very much. So there'll be another electronic vote now on the motion. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Right. So now we move to opposition business motion 3, and I call on Councillor Hartness to move and Councillor Hazel Gloucester to second. Councillor Hartness, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I rise to propose this motion. I also I'm happy to accept the administration's amendment to the motion too. We are all aware that all students have returned to classrooms and workshops from the 1st of March. The media talked about the reopening of schools, and I know from first hand that they never actually closed. Schools have been supporting vulnerable learners and key workers in school every day. School leaders and council education officers have had to adapt and throw away the school leadership training modules and start from scratch. Constant changes and very little notice from the Department of Education have been a hindrance rather than a help. School leaders have worked miracles whilst aging themselves about 10 years. Support staff working on the front line with students in schools, Zoom calls and phone calls, teachers juggling online lessons with students in school. Schools have had to support students transitioning to remote learning, providing support, resources, and sometimes alternatives such as packs to send home to students. Schools have had to increase welfare checks on students and enable safeguarding. They've had to restructured days, introduced new procedures, support increases in mental health difficulties, and introduced mass testing for both staff and students. And when that was first mooted before this last lockdown, the Army was supposed to be helping with that. That didn't happen. Schools had to take on that burden again, which means that those staff couldn't do what the jobs they would normally have done in schools. So it has stretched schools quite a lot. Students have lost out, and there are gaps not only in academic side of things, but also the fact that many students have had one term in school in the last 12 months. But there's also all the other developments that school brings have been hindered too, and this affects students' mental health and well-being and social interactions. The pandemic has stretched schools and staff to the limit, and I know that this has been the hardest year I can remember in education. Despite the difficulties, educators and those many staff who support them in their work, from caretakers to school meals staff to administrators, have continued to work with the utmost professionalism and dedication. And the Oldham Liberal Democrats now think it's time for Oldham Council to say a big thanks to them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Calling Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. I speak on this motion and would like to say that we're happy to accept the amendments submitted. As our children are now, for the majority, in their third week back at school, you can almost feel the relief from parents across the borough. Never before have parents of school-aged children experienced what our educational staff manage on a daily basis so closely. Parents have been trying their best to homeschool their children whilst holding down jobs, dealing with personal difficulties, managing their own SEND or mobility issues, or even caring for older family members, together on occasions with a significant loss. I think we can all agree that it has been a real eye-opener for so many. I actually heard some people commenting how easy school staff have had it throughout lockdown. But I do hope that at least across our chamber we are well aware how difficult lockdown has been for our educational staff. Whether working in an early years primary, secondary or post-16 establishment, the task of education, with some students in front of them, some online watching them, some struggling with internet access and some with no access whatsoever, school staff have had to try to ensure that every single student has been given an equal amount of access to guided learning. As we can only imagine, the difficulties this has presented them is, I'm sure, beyond our comprehension. I listened to a secondary school teacher speaking a few weeks ago, and she was absolutely incensed about the amount of talk that was being spoken about, just how far behind our children have fallen during lockdown. She stated that all of her pupils were exactly where they should be with learning, as she had absolutely made sure that they were. Whilst we do know that some children will be facing a gap as they return to school, I know that our school staff will try their absolute hardest to make sure they have the best possible chance to close that gap. And I can almost guarantee that those who need some additional support to catch up will definitely receive it. I therefore commend this motion to you this evening, and I do hope that you feel able to support it. Let us thank our educational staff. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I have notice of an amendment. We've only got time to move and second. Councillor Mushtaq to move.
Move the amendment. So no time to speak, Madam Deputy Mayor.
No, and Councillor Goodwin to second.
Second the amendment, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Can we have a vote on the amendment?
Then we just need to vote on the readings.
The amendment is carried. So so does oh gosh.
Yes, it's done its points. Murphy.
Sorry about that. Yeah, normally Councillor Harkness would have right to reply, but there isn't time for that. We've run out on this section of the agenda. So we're voting on the motion as amended. Does Council agree the amended motion? Thank you. An electronic vote should be on your screen.
Madam Deputy Mayor, we've just voted on the amended one. Is this the substantive motion?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, as amended.
As amended.
Yeah.
But that's not what the card says. The card says motion 3.
That's right. It doesn't. Yeah, that's correct, Jean. Councillor Stretton.
Deputy Madam Mayor, can I just come in, please? I think both myself and Garth Harkness said at the beginning of our speeches that we accept the amendment.
Yeah.
So I think the one vote on the amended motion is quite sufficient. I'm not sure constitutionally how that works, though. We did both say that we accepted the amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the amendment was voted upon and accepted. Motion 3 was just the substantive motion vote.
So
that just falls after the amendment, doesn't it?
No, the motion 3 vote that members have voted upon now is the motion as amended.
Yeah, we've voted on the motion as amended and it was carried.
That's not.
The motion is carried.
It's not right.
So we move to item 12, Oldham's COVID response update. I call on Councillor Shaw to move and Councillor Fielding to second the report.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Tonight I stand to move the latest of our regular COVID-19 updates, just one day on from the day of reflection held to remember those who have suffered and lost their lives as a result of this pandemic. Before I provide an update on our activity in responding to COVID-19, it's both appropriate and fitting that we all take some time to reflect on the human impact that the pandemic has had on our town and its communities. Since March last year, 709 Oldham residents have lost their lives to COVID. That's hundreds of families and vast networks of friends who have faced and are still facing the heartbreaking loss of a loved one. To all of those people, please know that everyone in this chamber's thoughts and prayers are with you and have been throughout the pandemic. As well as those tragic deaths, more than 22,000 people have tested positive for COVID in the town. Many of those have suffered debilitating symptoms over a number of weeks and months that have had a profound effect on their lives. While the numbers of those killed and directly affected by the virus are both shocking and sobering, many in Oldham have been seriously affected by the impact the pandemic has had on our economy. Unemployment has more than doubled, and youth unemployment has more than doubled to around 14%, the highest rate in Greater Manchester. Nearly 12,000 of Oldham's residents have been furloughed this lockdown, and the number was around 16,000 during the first lockdown. In total, nearly 33,000 residents are furloughed or unemployed. That's 22% of the working age population compared to just 7,500 or 5% in March of 2020. The reality is that places like Oldham have been hit harder by the virus than other areas from a health perspective and from an economic one. At various times over the last 6 months, we've had the highest rates of cases in the country, and that has on many occasions meant fighting for Oldham and its residents on a regional and national basis. The assumption at times, it seemed from the government, but also from the media, seemed to be that high case numbers were about low compliance, a view I strongly disagreed with, but one which drove division between communities within Oldham and other areas outside of Oldham. In reality, our residents have been much more likely to be affected because of the underlying inequalities in society, because in some cases they were already in poor health, because they did jobs that put them at higher risk, ones that meant that they can't work from home and are in greater contact with the public, because they live in larger households and in many cases in more cramped conditions. These issues are exacerbated in our Black and minority ethnic communities, where cultural differences like living in multi-generational households made the risk to those communities even greater again. At times during this pandemic, it has felt like Oldham was under real pressure to get this message across both to the public and those in government. What we needed wasn't judgment, nor what felt like punishing restrictions. We needed and continue to need the funding and support to address the inequalities that are inherent in our town through no fault of our own. Basically, we needed a national COVID strategy that aimed to level up. Since my last update, Boris Johnson has outlined the government's roadmap out of lockdown to the full reopening of our economy. I, like all of you, am excited and looking forward to getting our lives back to some semblance of normality. But we have to face a reality that the government have been largely silent about. Those inequalities still remain in places like Oldham, so the unequal impact of COVID will continue until they are addressed. Already our rate of COVID cases above the national average at nearly double the rate we were at when we entered the first of our local restrictions. This isn't meant to be a warning. We absolutely need to look forward to reopening, but we need to do that with our eyes wide open. Oldham and other towns like Oldham are going to have to work harder to avoid future impact on the health of our communities and economically devastating future lockdowns and restrictions. We need to pull together as we have throughout the pandemic and support each other to keep rates as low as possible and reduce the risk of serious illness and hospitalisation. That means us as a public service working a bit harder to roll out the vaccine as soon as possible, focusing on those who need it the most, to maintain a testing system that is available to all residents who need it and to support those who need to isolate. And our residents have a role to play too, to take up the vaccine when they are offered it, to continue to follow restrictions as they have been doing, and to access testing when they need to. We also need to pull together to reset our economy, focusing on supporting our local businesses, whether that's hospitality, retail or service industries that have struggled over the last 12 months. If we shop local wherever we can boost our collective recovery and protect local jobs. We also need to build on the amazing community spirit that has been so evident throughout the pandemic and continue to care for each other in the way that we have, by helping each other out, donating, volunteering and just each doing our bit to keep COVID at bay. We are Oldham, we can face this challenge and we can recover. We simply need to pull together and remain focused. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sher. I've had, Councillor Fielding to second the report.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I've received advance notice of questions. Firstly, Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a follow-on question from what I asked at the December council meeting. As I said then, in this pandemic, one of the greatest tragedies has been seeing the forced separation of the residents of our care homes from their loved ones. For the residents of care homes in our borough who have waited many months to finally meet up with a family, a visit cannot come soon enough. I was delighted to hear that from the 8th of March, care home residents will be able to receive visits, a bit from a relative and subject to the requirement that physical contact be limited to holding hands and that the visitor pass a lateral flow test and use PPE. I think most will just be glad to do it. It's far from ideal, but it's a start, and it's my hope that we will do everything in our power to enable such visits to happen on a regular basis. At the start of February, the government announced that all residents in care homes have been offered their first COVID-19 vaccination and promised a second round of vaccinations in coming weeks. Given that over 1/3 of all COVID-19 deaths have involved the residents of care homes, achieving this would be great news. However, I was informed on the 4th of March that in Oldham, 91% of residents and only 75% of staff have received their first vaccination, with many refusals among staff. My concern is that if staff refuse to be vaccinated, then we shall see outbreaks of COVID-19 in the future in our care homes. Can the Cabinet member please update me on the current situation? Specifically, I would appreciate answers to the following questions. How many residents have now received their first vaccination? When will the second phase of vaccination be completed? How is the vaccine being promoted to staff to increase take-up? And finally, could the Cabinet member please give me the good news that vaccination and the introduction of testing for relatives has enabled regular visits to resume? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Shah to respond to that question, obviously the guillotine's later tonight because of what happened at 6 o'clock, and we've still got quite a lot of business. We are now nearly at the guillotine. Does anybody want, and thinking about last time, rather than doing it a bit at a time, can somebody propose, if that is council's wish, of course, an extension significant enough to take in the rest of the business? Councillor Oldham.
Yeah, can I propose that we have an extension until we finish the business, whatever time that may be?
Will anybody second that?
No.
No.
I'll second it, Deputy Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to that proposal?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I can't see who that is.
It was me.
Councillor Shuttleworth. Would you like to put a counter proposal?
Well, I would say 10:15. Providing members actually 10:15.
It's been proposed and seconded, so that goes to
I seconded,
yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, right, well, we've got Councillor Sheldon's proposal, and it has been seconded. So Councillor Sheldon has proposed that we carry on until we've finished the business. I think it was Councillor Shah who seconded. So please, can we take a vote on that? Can we do that electronically, Liz?
Madam Mayor, can I just check we're doing this right? Councillor Sheldon and Councillor Shah made a proposal of which there's been an amendment moved. Do you not take the amendment first? That's what we usually do.
There wasn't a seconder for the amendment, I don't think.
Councillor Shuttleworth and somebody else. There was definitely.
Councillor Shah
seconded it.
Well, you just waste more time.
Seconds. Whether Councillor Shuttleworth has been proposed, it sounds like it's been seconded. What's Councillor Shuttleworth's proposal? What's it saying?
So
10:15.
So can we take a vote on that, please? That we extend the meeting till 10:15. That amendment has been carried. So can we vote on extending the meeting? To 10:15. This has all got very complicated now.
And what do we do? What do we do if it goes past 10:15, Madam Deputy Mayor? We're going to have another vote then. We've wasted 5 minutes now.
Right, so we have agreed to extend the meeting until 10:15 initially. So let's get to move on. Okay, Councillor Shah, can you respond to Councillor Sykes' question, please?
Well, I hope I can speak exceptionally quick because these are really important questions and I'm sure the public would like answers. As at the 16th of March 2021, 90.9% of care home residents in Oldham had received their first vaccination. It is worth noting that the care home population is not fixed. New residents are admitted and existing residents leave. In addition, care home residents can make the decision not to receive the vaccination. Therefore, it is very unlikely that we will reach a point where we see 100%. As part of the standard operating procedure, GPs are reviewing each care home at least every 4 weeks to identify residents or staff who have not yet received their first vaccination and offering to vaccinate. The second doses are planned to be complete for the vast majority of care home residents by early April, and these have already commenced. Due to outbreaks at the time the first dose was planned, which resulted in its delay, a small number of care home residents will receive their second dose at the beginning of May. We have a wealth of information, guidance and FAQs that have been developed nationally and by GM. They have been shared with care home managers and they've been requested to promote the vaccine with their staff. We hold regular meetings with all care homes in Oldham, and this includes representation from clinicians, nurses and infection prevention leads to provide support and answer on any questions or concerns. These discussions also help us to understand any reasons for vaccine reticence so that we can tailor information to support. Care home managers also receive a phone call from our quality monitoring officers 3 times a week, and uptake of the vaccine is also discussed on these calls. The current uptake amongst care home staff is 76.6%, which places Oldham third in GM. As with care home residents, staffing complement changes, so we're unlikely to ever reach the 100%. Indoor visiting, which is one named visitor only, commenced on the 8th of March, in line with national and local guidance, which required the wearing of appropriate PPE during the visit and a lateral flow test in the 24 hours prior. Pod and outdoor visiting also continues, enabling residents to see more than one visitor in total. A meeting was held with care home managers on the 15th of March to assess how the first week of visiting had been, and the responses were positive. Any queries, questions or issues regarding visiting are being dealt with as they arise with support from the Commissioning and Quality Service, Infection Prevention and Control teams and social work colleagues as required. So thank you, Councillor Sykes, for your very important question. I'm sure residents want to know what the rules are, who do want to see their loved ones and any issues that arise. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Mark Warren and his fantastic team for the incredible work they've done and putting our residents at the heart of their response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I might be able to help here. The Liberal Democrats have submitted a number of questions. Voice. We're happy to accept written responses to the. So if she wants to fire us an email with the responses, I think that'll save a voice and time.
Okay, well, yeah, we have got pages of questions here, and we wouldn't get through them. Plus the reports that we've got to vote on as well at the end. So was that Councillor Fielding? I can't see you.
No, it's Councillor Murphy.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Murphy. I can only see about 9 people on the screen. So you're asking that the questions as submitted, that Councillor Shaw provides written responses rather than reading them all out. Do I understand?
Yeah, I think that's correct. So I think that would be helpful to Council. Council can just save a bit of time as well.
Okay.
Agreed.
Do any dissent on that?
Yeah, I dissent because I'd like to speak on this. The Liberals have had their chance, and I think it's time other people got an airing.
Well, put your question in future then.
Yeah, a bit sooner.
I'll take one question then. But this one wasn't submitted in writing, was it?
Why not? It is a comment that I've just followed Councillor Shaw's very impressive presentation.
Okay, very quickly, please, Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think at this time, when we probably can see the light at the end of the tunnel, I think we should say all credit to this government who have invested in the vaccination programme, leading the way in the world. The vaccination, we are told, is the sure way out of this pandemic, although COVID-19 will be with us possibly for many years. My worry on page 209 is the vaccination uptake ward by ward, and is there anything we can do to improve some of what you'd say are the poorer areas that are taking? What is the reason that some are 86% and some are 46%, and can we do something to help this? Thank you.
Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, so by the time we get this report, it's currently the details and the data is currently out of date. But since then, we've had lots of pop-ups across the town, which has massively increased the numbers, and we're still working and ongoing to bring the rates up in those areas in very short. And the only bit I would disagree with is the acknowledgement of the government at the start, which I will address in my right to reply if we can now move on to that. I'm very grateful to the Lib Dems tonight for considering the time and accepting written responses.
Okay, thank you very much. Does Council note the report? Any dissent?
Yeah, noted.
Agreed.
So I've had a request to amend the running order at this point and to bring forward item 19 as the next item to consider. Does Council agree that? Any dissent?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. So we move to item 19, arrangements for the preparation of places for everyone, a proposed joint development plan document on behalf of 9 Greater Manchester districts. And I call on Councillor Roberts to move and then Councillor Fielding to second. Councillor Roberts, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I am, I'm afraid, going to speak to this report. So the report before the Council tonight recommends committing to Places for Everyone, a joint development plan for the 9 Greater Manchester boroughs. Our reasons for making this recommendation are set out in the report at section 2.3. In addition, members will be familiar with the implications of our lack of a 5-year housing land supply, which puts our opal and other green land at risk. We weighed up whether Places for Everyone or relying on our own local plan would provide the quickest protection, and decided that Places for Everyone timetable gave us the best option, as this will be in place before the local plan. The report references the timeline for the Oldham local plan, which has been in development for some time. The issues and options consultation will take place in the summer of 2021 and will give residents the opportunity to influence the development policies in the borough, which remain very much an Oldham, not a GM responsibility. I would like to be crystal clear that it is the Labour Party which has saved Woodhouses, Thornamold Road, Spinners Way and Bardsley Vale from development. And these sites continue to be protected in Places for Everyone. And I am delighted, while no decision on sites is being recommended this evening, to say that in signing up to Places for Everyone, it is this Labour Council which has also been able to negotiate further removal of Oldham's Greenbelt from the plan. In addition to those sites already confirmed, we will remove the Greenbelt allocation at Robert Fletcher's Mill. That site is now brownfield only. Reduced further by 80 houses, the Coalpit Lane site, and take out the whole of Hanging Chadder. This Labour Council has taken seriously its commitment to a brownfield first policy and has delivered, reducing very significantly the impact on Greenbelt sites across the borough. I can also announce that Oldham has successfully bid for £2 million of brownfield funding to support the development of the vacant sites in Durka, and the GMCO will consider on Friday recommendations to support a town centre development of Southlink to deliver 268 homes with 4.4 million of brownfield money, and a further 1.1 million to support First Choice Homes redevelopment at Westvale for 88 homes. The actions we have taken and our plans for the town centre, already being taken forward, sit alongside the benefits we will receive from being part of a Places for Everyone land supply, protecting Greenbelt land, as well as making sure through our local plan that we have the right development policies for Oldham, building Oldham as a great place to grow up in and a great place to grow old in. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Fielding to second, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And in seconding this motion, seconding this report, I would like to reiterate how Councillor Roberts has said that it is a Labour Council that has delivered on the brownfield first policy that people have rightly called for. It is through being part of this joint plan and through the hard work of our regeneration and housing officers and the investment that we're prepared to put into our town centres and into our brownfield sites that we've been able to make some of the decisions that are going to be made as a result of remaining in this plan. So Hanging Chadder, Woodhouses, Spinners Way and the various other sites that are in the Greenbelt currently and have been mentioned by Councillor Roberts will be in the Greenbelt, will still be in the Greenbelt once this plan is approved. Now, I think that there are genuine people that are opposed to Greenbelt development, and I have engaged with many of them and had constructive conversations with them as the leader of the council, as have many of my colleagues from the Labour group, and we have acted upon their concerns with the things that have been discussed in moving this report. But there are also people that are utterly dishonest in their usage of the issue of the Greenbelt simply to batter the Labour council. And I think that these people expose themselves. They have no interest in protecting the Greenbelt, or certainly their primary interest is not protecting the Greenbelt. It's the removal of Labour councillors, it's politics. And they expose themselves because the building on the Greenbelt that may have taken place had a previous version of the plan been approved that they oppose. They also now oppose redevelopment and investment in the town centre, which is something that is going to reduce demand on the Greenbelt. They oppose many other things. They oppose us being part of this plan, which again is something that will enable us to reduce the pressure on the Greenbelt by potentially offsetting some of our housing numbers by allowing our neighbouring authorities to build them. So I think we need some honesty from the opposition, and I see that many of them are queuing up to speak on this, about what their genuine motives are and how their real motives are simply the removal of Labour councillors and criticism of the local authority on any front, and they do not genuinely care about the Greenbelt. Because if they did, they would have worked constructively with us. They would welcome our investment in the town centre. They would welcome our membership of the plan of the 9 that this report is proposing we remain in. So those are my comments in seconding the report. I look forward to hearing the comments of the other members that have indicated their intention to speak. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councillor Sykes wishing to speak. Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Mayor, the IT is lagging. Before I do anything else, Madam Mayor, can I request a recorded vote on this item, because the voting we've had so far tonight is most unsatisfactory. You can't tell who's voted and you can't tell who's voted which way. So I'd formally request that, and if you want to deal with that first, and then I'll get on to the comments I want to make.
Second.
Agreed.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Needs 5 members to agree.
Agreed.
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 Any
Agreed.
dissent? Right, okay, will be a recorded vote.
Okay.
Be mindful that we've got 11, about 11 minutes left to the time that we voted on.
I'm very mindful, but I'm also mindful of the previous 2 speakers as well. So it won't come as any surprise. And while I welcome some of the announcements that have been made, and we've questioned expenditure, but you always know when you've scored a goal when they can't suggesting people's motives rather than debating the issue. So we will be voting against the resolution of this resolution, and we do remain opposed to the unwanted son of what was the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, even though we've called it something different now. And I know many of our constituents, my constituents and others, are opposed to it, and the plan's being forced on us by the Labour GM Mayor and the 8 Labour and 1 Tory run authority, and it won't be Tory run for very long, I don't think. And I'd urge people not to be deluded. You know, the place that always comes to my mind is radioactive wind scale became Sellafield, so as GMSF has become places for everyone. It's a fluffy name, but it's exactly the same thing on the tin as it was before. And the name change will still lead to thousands of homes built on our green belt. And we've been unequivocally clear about that since this plan was first mooted. The plan also will soon become redundant as the Conservative government changes the rules of the game and introduces new planning legislation favouring developers and profit over people for public good. Now there's a surprise. We want to see a local plan developed in our borough, co-produced with local people of our borough, not delegated to somebody else, not giving away powers. The whole thing about the combined authority in Greater Manchester was supposed to suck powers into Greater Manchester. All it's done since its inception seems to have been to suck power and responsibility out of Oldham Borough and out of the communities and districts we all represent on the council. And that focuses entirely in terms of that plan should be developers build on sites with a existing planning permission, bring back empty homes into use, repurpose redundant mills, factories, shops, pubs, and into another property. And we've had some debates about that tonight. There is enough empty buildings and property around to do that with, and brownfield, while welcoming the relatively small amount of money we've got, nothing like enough to address our brownfields, and that's the government fault, not the council. So that's why we're voting against it tonight, and we'll continue to be opposed to places for everyone and the so-called Plan of 9. And as I said, we'd like a recorded vote on this, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I do find myself in agreement with Councillor Sykes. It's not opposing something just for the sake of opposing something or removing Labour councillors or anything like that. It's, as Councillor Sykes says, this is again a top-down imposed plan. It's not going to be granular enough. The powers and the ideas and everything are being sucked up. While I do welcome quite a lot of what's gone into it, and I do welcome a lot of what Councillor Roberts and Councillor Fielding said, we have moved a long way from the first draft of GMSF, and we have consulted and we have spoken. But this, I'm afraid, it's just not going to be granular enough. It's just going to be a quick spread. It's not going to be what the people in those areas want. It really isn't. And I noticed that, yes, there are some places being taken out of the Green Belt, and they've been name checked a few times. I wonder if there's an election coming up. Maybe. I just think that this is, again, far too top down. We're delegating far too much to outside bodies. It's been taken further and further away from the people of Oldham. And the Oldham plan, which could be developed jointly with the people of Oldham and voted on by the people of Oldham, would be far more preferable. And yes, we will be voting against this as well. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to take issue with the statement that Councillor Roberts just made, that Robert Fletcher's, which is not simply just the old mill site in Greenfield, it's acres and acres of green belt. And I would like that clarifying that not all this has been put in brownfield, which I seem to get the suggestion. In reply to Councillor Fielding, the Tories do not trust the Labour group whatsoever and the intentions of the leader to accept the poorest terms for Oldham. And I'll give you the example of the incinerator being forced on the Royton residents at the moment. Thank you.
We've not even had a planning application. What's that got to do with it?
Thank you. Can we not have any? Yeah, I can't take any more speakers now on this, but we can, Councillor Roberts, right to reply.
Madam Mayor, could you just indulge one further comment? We've sat through all night and, you know, it's a very important thing, and our ward is one that's been particularly hit by this, and I would like to comment on this. But of course, you can overrule me if you wish. I understand that.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to, Councillor Bashforth. I'm sure that Councillor Roberts will have things to say in her right to reply.
Okay.
Not that many. I'll be quick. So the government has told us that we need to get on with this, and we have to get it done by 2023. We're not just doing this because we're not just doing it just because we're doing it. We're doing it because we've been told we have to. I want to make it absolutely clear. I don't know how clearer I can be. This is a spatial strategic plan. Local development policies are included in our local plan, which will sit alongside the places for everyone. The local plan will go through the usual local plan process, starting with full consultation on issues and options, which will take place this summer. It's nonsense to pretend that somehow body at Greater Manchester is going to decide what happens in Oldham's development plan. It isn't. It is us, Oldham and Oldham people and Oldham Council, who will be making the decisions. The granularity sits in Oldham. And I'd also like to clarify again for Councillor Sheldon, this is a change to the existing site at Robert Fletcher's. The Greenbelt land is being removed from the plan. What will remain in as a strategic site is the brownfield land at Robert Fletcher's. This is what we have had discussions over the past few months with the True Valley Action Group about. This is what, in terms of the consultation results, that people have said that they want. We have listened and we have acted, and because we're joining places for everyone, we have negotiated being able to remove the Greenbelt land. It is a change. It is different. And finally, I'd just like to say that Councillor Fielding is quite right. An incinerator planning application has not been received, and you shouldn't prejudge the planning process. Nothing is being inflicted on anybody because we don't know what was being asked for yet.
Thank you. So I think we've agreed on a roll call vote, a recorded vote for this one. So, Liz, can I hand over to you to take the roll call vote, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Ahmad.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Alia.
For.
Councillor Ball.
For.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bashforth.
For.
Councillor Briggs.
For.
Councillor Brownridge.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
Against.
Councillor Chatterton.
For.
Councillor Chowan.
For.
Councillor Cosgrove.
For.
Councillor Curley.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Gary.
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Against.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Against.
Councillor Goodwin.
For.
Councillor Hamlet.
Against.
Councillor Hack.
For.
Councillor Harkness.
Against.
Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Hoban.
Can I just say I didn't know what way to vote. I was hoping to debate this properly tonight, and I think just because we've not had the proper chance to debate it, I'm going to vote against, because I think we need a proper discussion on this. There's too many emotions that need to come out of this, so I will vote against at this point.
Councillor Hume.
For.
Councillor Attab Hussain.
For.
Councillor Fida Hussain.
For.
Councillor Ibrahim. For. Councillor Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Jabbar.
For.
Councillor Jakes.
For.
Councillor Leach.
For.
Councillor Malik.
For.
Councillor McLaren.
For.
Councillor Moores.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Mushtaq.
For.
Councillor Fithian.
For.
Councillor Price. Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor Shah.
For.
Councillor Sheldon.
Against.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
For.
Councillor Stretton.
For.
Councillor Sykes.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
I'm all for protecting the green belt. For.
Councillor Torr.
For.
Councillor Raymond.
For.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
For. Thank you. So the report is accepted. We've got several more reports to get through, and we've only really got time to propose and second them. I noticed that Councillor Al-Hamdani had asked a question. Can Councillor Fielding provide an answer for him on the...
Happy to accept a written answer.
Okay, we'll accept a written answer. So if we can go back to item 13, and I ask it's the update on action for council, calling Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Sykes.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item 14, warding arrangements. Yeah. Sorry, does council note the report in item 13?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Anybody not? Thank you. Item 14, warding arrangements, calling Councillor Fielding to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Briefly, I'd just like to thank the officers in business intelligence that supported us with this warding arrangements proposal. They were very patient and have been able to accommodate something that satisfies all political groups on the council, which I think is very commendable. So, yeah, move the report, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Yeah, fully support those comments, Madam Mayor, and second.
Thank you. Do we agree to note that report?
Agreed.
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 Should we vote on? Yeah, sorry, we do need to vote on that one. It is now up on your screen.
No.
That is fully accepted. Thank you. Item 15, constitutional arrangements. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Does council agree the recommendations? Another vote.
Agreed, yeah.
Again, that is we agree the recommendations. Item 16, consequential amendments. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second. Councillor
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Thank you. Does council agree the report? Please vote. And that is fully agreed. Item 17, members' annual reports. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does council note the annual reports? Any dissent?
None. Agreed.
Thank you. Item 18, adoption of the revised Licensing Act 2003 policy. I call on Councillor Brownridge to move and Councillor Fielding to second. Councillor Brownridge.
Move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Second, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Does council agree the recommendations set out in the report? Please vote. That is carried and agreed. Thank you very much. So finally, that concludes the business for this evening. Thank you for your forbearance when I have dropped the ball a couple of times, but thank you very much, and have a good rest of your evening, everyone.
Very well done, Jenny.